doubts and fears and all the things that I can't see. In a world where all the parts feel incomplete, you're the one and only ever constant thing. You make my heart feel alive. You help open up my eyes of all that I've seen come and go. You're like nothing I've known. Hold on to me, I hold on to you. You'll always be one thing I can't lose. Of anything I am and all I'll ever do, you'll always be one thing I can't lose. I don't know how the days they go, blink of an eye. But I know the walls I'm in aren't losing fight. You break all the walls I build. You're a different kind of real. Of all that I've seen come and go, you know me like nobody knows. Hold on to me, I hold on to you. You'll always be one thing I can't lose. Of anything I am and all I'll ever do, you'll always be one thing I can't hold on to me, I hold on to you. You'll always be one thing I can't lose.
Hello and welcome to the Texas Public Policy Foundation's election night coverage. We're going to be covering the news as the election returns come in. We're going to be talking about all the issues from the various campaigns, issues that matter to Texas, issues that matter around the nation, and we'll be breaking down the results, breaking down the analysis. We're going to have our favorite TPPFers are going to be on.
We're
going to have a cast of characters tonight, both family and friends, to talk about the election, talk about the results. Like I said, we'll have some folks from the media. We even have a few pollsters to talk about that, because obviously polling is the subject of the day. For the last 48 hours, what are the polls saying? What are they doing? What are the actual results? So, but to start it off, of course, I'm going to have my boss on.
It's always a safe bet.
Yeah, always a safe bet. So let me introduce.
Good, because then Chuck can't take my talking points.
I guess I should probably introduce myself, but I'm Brian Phillips. I'm the Chief Communications Officer at the Texas Public Policy Foundation and host of the podcast, our flagship podcast here, The Right Idea. Hopefully you are all subscribers to that. So let me introduce my two guests, people we could talk. We're going to try to do about 15 or 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, but we could probably talk all night about politics and policy in Texas. My boss, of course, is the CEO of Texas Public Policy, is Greg Sindelar, and then to my left, our Chief Vice President
and Chief National Initiatives Officer.
Chief National Initiatives
It's a long
Officer.
title.
What is it you say you do here?
Yeah, exactly.
Don't they say in D.C. the longer the title,
Don't
the
ask
less
me that question. Yeah.
the longer the title, the less you do. Chief National
that's
Initiatives.
right, that's
But it's
right.
important for Chuck because not only does Chuck focus on Texas issues, of course, but how national issues impact Texas, and then issues in Congress as well. So I want to get his. And, of course, he ran for Senate in California, so he is an elections guy for sure. He's a campaign politics guy. But let's start, of course.
Got stolen from you, Chuck.
That's it.
That's the rumor.
That and almost $10 million.
He was stopping the steal before it was cool to stop the steal. All right, well, let me just get it's, we're an hour away from the polls closing in Texas. Some polls have already closed on the East Coast, so we're starting to get some results in. Greg, just your thoughts on kind of where you think we are and even some prognostications for tonight.
Yeah, I had someone tell me earlier tonight that they are nauseously optimistic, right? And I can't tell if that's just because everyone's kind of sick and tired of this election season. It seems like it's never ending anymore. Just tomorrow probably starts the next cycle.
Everybody's excited about not getting the text messages anymore.
Oh man,
sure.
I voted so early so I could hopefully get off as many lists as possible. If you look at what's happening across the country, it'll be interesting to see how accurate the polls are, right? I think that the story of 2016 and even 2020 is, can the polls actually accurately describe Trump's support or not? And have they figured out how to measure that? My gut tells me they probably still don't have it right, because probably most of the people who support Trump, or most normal people, don't want to talk to these folks anyway. And so they probably underreport it a little bit. And so I probably tend to think, not to steal Chuck's thunder, that Trump will win. I don't think it's going to be as big as he does, but I think it could be an early night in that maybe states like Pennsylvania won't matter, because he will have already kind of secured enough other states. That's the good news. I could be completely wrong on that. That's the amazing thing about all of this, is you think you know. And as an Aggie, I have always felt optimistic about a lot of things, and then been completely wrong and disappointed often. So we'll kind of see. I think the bigger news, though, or the bigger thing for Texas is we are in Texas, and Texas is going to remain strong and soundly conservative. I think Ted Cruz is going to win by a much larger margin than he beat Beto by. I think in the Texas House we'll pick up 1 or 2 seats, and I think the Texas Senate might even pick up a seat. And then you start wondering, I think the real story of Texas is going to be what's happening in South Texas, and is that really starting to change the state and change the political realities of the state of Texas going forward.
Right. Well, luckily, conservatives haven't had to wait as long as the Aggies have to have some success
Yes, that's right.
nationally. Chuck, your thoughts on just general election going into tonight?
Yeah, I think Greg is right when it comes to the polls. I just don't see any evidence that the major polling firms have learned their lessons from 4 and 8 years ago, partially because there's no consequences for being wrong, right? And so if you look at that, and you look at how 8 years ago at this time, Clinton was up, about 3.5 points. She had gone down as low as 1.5 about a week before, but bounced up in the national composite polls to, I think, over 3. Biden was something like 7.4. And in both cases, the actual margin of victory was like 2.5 to 4 points less than what the polling was. Well, going into this election, Trump and Harris are tied nationally. And so what that tells me is it's entirely likely that Trump sweeps all of the swing states, and probably even may pick up a couple of states we didn't expect. So I'm keeping an eye, for example, on New Hampshire, where the polls just closed, I think, on Virginia, where the polls just closed, even on Minnesota and New Mexico. And so I'm looking at these states because one last thing about the polls, one area where they probably are accurate is gauging people's dissatisfaction where things are right now, right? Their faith in the future. And it's something like, 3/4 of Americans are profoundly dissatisfied with the way things are. And in that case, if you're Kamala Harris, if you're the vice president of the sitting administration, you're responsible for that. That's your administration.
Yeah.
And so in this case, then, Trump is the change agent, and I think he benefits mightily from that.
So I've seen some internal polling data that's not public. I've just seen it that's fairly new. And the question was asked, have you changed your opinion about who you were going to support in the last 6 months? And about 10% of people said that they had changed their opinion. Does that surprise you? Does that sound high, or does that sound low? With all the polarization that goes on, and the fact that, Trump is a known commodity. You know what you're getting with Trump. He's already been president. He's been running ever since he lost in 2020. Kamala Harris has been vice president for 4 years. Does the fact that people have changed their mind, does that surprise you at all?
I think the number is probably higher than expected just because Trump's such a known commodity. It probably is good for him because he's such a known commodity. I don't think people are waking up today going, man, tell me about this Donald Trump guy. Like, I just don't know what kind of president he's going to be, right? And so I would think that most people changing their minds either went from a Biden to Trump or a Biden to Kamala to Trump. I would think most of that change has probably been in his favor.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Maybe because of the Kamala switch, right? The anointment. Maybe that's why some people maybe moved from Biden to Trump, because they've seen what they've seen from Kamala and don't like it.
Well, 4 years ago, when this race was setting up, when it was Trump versus Biden, and you had COVID going on, I had made it very clear that I thought that Biden was the only Democrat that was running back 4 years ago who had the possibility of beating Trump, because he was the only one where you wouldn't question whether or not he loved America. Now, obviously, 4 years of experience has shown us that he's surrounded himself with a pretty radical, progressive band of individuals. But his voting record and his public statements up to the point of running for president 4 years ago were pretty moderate. The challenge then is, if you're Kamala Harris and you're coming from California, where I fled from, some 13 years ago, and you were the most left-wing U.S. senator from California, and you were the Attorney General of California, and you were the District Attorney of San Francisco, that's a hard thing to run away from, right? I mean, that's really a
like liberal
pedigree.
on top of liberal on top of liberal.
Oh, my goodness, right? And so this turn to the center that she tried to make, I thought, was very unconvincing. And you add that then to the record of incompetence and inflation and wars that you've seen over the last 4 years. And if you're an American with just an open mind, you have to look at that and go, wait a minute, do I like these last 4 years? And while Trump may be an unconventional politician, how is his record in the time he was in office? Even including the challenge of COVID.
Yeah, and I think maybe an important addendum to that is when she came in, people were probably willing to say, oh, let's hear from her and give her a chance. And through the 100+ days that she's been running, she never defined what she's actually for. Right. And I think eventually people just got fed up with that and said, well, if she's not willing to tell me what she's for, then she's not willing to earn my vote.
That was going to be what I was going to segue into. We are the Texas Public Policy Foundation, so we're all about the policy. Just evaluating the campaigns and what they wanted to talk about, the policies that they wanted to talk about. Maybe you start with the Democrats. I mean, do you think Americans know? I mean, you said, you sort of gave that answer already, but yet, Kamala could win the election, but do you really think that Americans know what Vice President Kamala Harris is going to do or what she's for? Did she make her case in the last 90 days or so?
No, I don't think she has, and I think that's been her problem. And I think it's because either one, she doesn't know what she's actually for, or two, she's trying to sandbag what she's actually for, talking to Chuck's point about her very progressive record, knowing that most Americans aren't in that, right? Like, I think one of the things that we're looking at is the woke progressive movement starting to die off and really causing issues in the Democrat Party.
They're definitely losing, at least.
Yeah, right. And so I don't think she's really ever defined it. When people ask her, what would you change that's different, she would say, nothing. I would do everything the same. And then when people are dissatisfied, they're like, okay, well, I didn't like what was going on, so if you're not going to tell me what's different. And then she would have these little rifle shots of, like, for Black Americans, I'm going to do this. For Hispanic Americans, I'm going to do this. Other than her stance on abortion, I don't think she was ever clear about where she was with anything. And that's, I think, the missed opportunity. If I'm a Democrat, that's the missed opportunity, because you didn't communicate that clearly.
So I will give her credit for her speech and the ellipse. If she had given that speech 3 months ago, the conservatives might be in trouble, right? Trump might be in trouble, because I thought the speech did, on the one hand, exactly what she wanted to do with Trump, and was very personal and attacked him and, went after him. But then the second part of her speech, you listen to the policies and things that she's for, that could be Mitt Romney, in 2012. Or it could
got
be John
overshadowed
McCain.
by Biden.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it got overshadowed by Biden, after his gaffe. But really, I watched that speech. First I read it, and then I watched it, and I was like, man, if this had been Kamala right after she had got anointed as the nominee, Trump might be in real trouble, because this is something that maybe people could get behind. But of course, the policies, like I said, are something that could have been a Romney platform 10 years ago. Would she have been able to run on that? It was she was talking about tax cuts, and she was talking about these like 70-30 issues about unification and uniting around an economy and fixing entitlements and these kinds of things that the Republicans were talking about 15 years ago.
Well, this is one of the challenges the Democrats had by completely blowing up any sort of a democratic process, right? We all knew. I had been predicting that Biden would not be the nominee for close to
he never talks about the predictions he made that didn't come true, though.
Well, what might those be? So
tell me more, President Dole.
For some a year and a half, though, I've been saying that he wasn't going to be the nominee, and for then the Democrats to pull the stunt that they did meant that she didn't have any practice being on the campaign trail. She didn't know how to articulate those that vision. She hadn't practiced it, and of course we knew from the 2020 cycle where she had run and was the first to drop out, even though she was very generously funded. Didn't get one delegate at all because she really was bad as a candidate.
Right.
And so you would have thought they would have thought, well, gee, maybe we should have a mini primary or something. But I think that the economic message that she was trying to deliver was severely, made unbelievable by the fact that when she rolled out her initial economic plan a couple of months ago, it included a tax on unrealized capital gains. That would have eviscerated the economy. Yeah. That was insane. That was like from crazy land, left-wing progressive.
I want to get to some Texas stuff, because obviously Texas has an election as well. We've got a bunch of House
that being
races.
said, she could still win, though, which
Republicans
should be paying
there's
attention
good
to.
math for her, with the states that are swing states. But before we leave the national stage, I'm interested to know, TPPF and Greg, you're part of the leadership of the conservative movement, and so you have to be thinking about what if Trump wins? What happens if Vice President Harris wins? And so I'm just going to ask you that question. In that respect, what does the conservative movement look like in terms of policy, in terms of opportunities, in terms of fight, in terms of focus?
Yeah.
What happens if Trump wins?
If Trump wins, it's going to be difficult to probably get our hands around like all the different opportunities. But I think here in Texas, it's going to start with the border, right? I think immediately there are going to be issues where people are probably trying to surge to the border before he takes office, and they close it down. So that's something that Texas will have to deal with. But I think the opportunity is to really help set like what is good border policy, not only at the state level so that we don't ever find ourselves in this position again, but also at the congressional level, because you can't keep doing this via executive order, right? Congress has to act, and I know they tried. The House passed H.R. 2 that Bill is not a fan of in the Senate, but they got to actually pass something substantive on that. Yeah. I think the thing that excites me the most is when he's been talking about Elon Musk having this Musk Commission, talking about the regulatory state.
Yeah.
I think if
What is
you
it? The Department of Government Efficiency?
Yeah, the Doji.
The Doji?
The Doji,
The
yeah, that's
dungeon?
right.
Dungeon or
not everything has to be a meme, but that's, I guess can't help ourselves. But, in the last administration, we talked a lot to the Trump admin about getting the Grace Commission back that Ronald Reagan had, but doing something with a little bit more teeth where you can actually do that. And I thought something the first Trump admin should be very proud of was the amount of regulations they cut. At one point it was like 20-1, and then I think in the last years, because you got rid of all the low-hanging fruit, it's still like 6-1 or 7-1 or something like that. And I think that is going to have a bigger impact on day-to-day lives of most Americans than a lot of the other stuff they talk about.
And Chuck, if I could interrupt your text messaging for an interview,
I'm looking at the
live,
results.
on live stream.
I'm looking at the results. I'm trying to keep current for you, so we're just as good as ABC and Fox News.
Okay, okay.
Send me a meme.
So you ran in California. You served in California. You know Kamala better than anybody on this panel.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
You're a comrade, Kamala.
I also know Willie Brown.
Yeah, I'm not touching that one. But so but she said that nothing's going to change if she, from the Biden administration. But what do you think? I mean, is that the case? What happens to Texas? What happens to the country under a
well, in the
Kamala
disaster scenario, if she wins, all bets are off, right? I mean, at least with Biden, when he was lucid, you had a modest check on the progressive element of the Democratic Party. If Kamala gets in there, it's going to be 100% pedal to the metal progressivism. So we're talking tax increases, regulation, executive orders touching every aspect of our lives, whether things like energy use,
even greener New Deal.
Right, daycare, for example, public health, just on and on and on and on. And, that's one of the reasons why you saw this phenomena in the last couple of days where this large group of people in America who like to remain separate, the Amish have decided that they need to get engaged and register to vote and participate in our election process, because under the Biden-Harris administration, you started to see raids targeted against Amish farming operations. And so they feel threatened. And
taking their raw milk.
And organic farms. Yeah. So, I think it would be a disaster. And, of course, with the Supreme Court, that's another huge issue.
Well, let's talk about something that's not a disaster, and that is the state of Texas. There are some races tonight. I mean, I know everybody's focused on the national stuff, but there are races tonight. It doesn't feel like anybody's really talking that much about a potential flip or losing seats, or how Republicans are going to flip. But Greg, you're keyed into most of these races, and you follow this closer than anybody probably in the building. Give us an idea of like what we can expect from Texas races tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of them aren't as vulnerable because of redistricting, so they kind of they kind of changed them, so they took away some of the vulnerable districts, right?
We could do a whole podcast on
that's a whole different thing. Redistricting, it's third rail. I probably don't want to touch, but there are a few races that could flip. I think on the D to R side, there's really about 3 races that you want to watch. One is in Uvalde with Tracy King's old seat. It looks like the former mayor Uvalde, Don McLaughlin, who is famous for literally telling Beto to get the hell out of the room after he had his whole show about after the shooting. Likely to win that seat. Tracy King had always been the most moderate Democrat in the Texas House, and it really held that just because of his popularity in that district. But now that he's retired, it's open, and I think Don McLaughlin will win. The other ones in Corpus, Abel Herrera's old seat, you have Solomon Ortiz Jr., I believe it is, versus Denise Villalobos. Denise has a real shot. I think if you have a good night in Texas, you would see that. Good night for Republicans in Texas, you would see that seat flip as well. But that is a very well-known name in the Corpus area, right? So that would be a pretty big deal. And then the third one is up in Collin County. Plessa has facing a Republican challenger in Steve Kennard. That one's probably less likely to happen, but could it happen? Yes, absolutely. If things go really well for Republicans in the state. But I think the chances of that are probably the slimmest. On the other side, going from an R to D, there are probably more vulnerable seats. You know, Morgan Meyer and Andrew Chen Button in the Dallas area, Mark LaHood in northern San Antonio area, Lacey Hull in Houston, Janie Lopez down in South Texas, and John Lujan in San Antonio. Those last two probably being the most vulnerable.
Any chance of the House flipping if those races all go?
If they all go the other way, then yeah, you could. Well, I don't think there's enough seats that you could actually flip the House, but the margins could get very, very, very tight. The people I talk to, the polls I've seen, is they feel like most of those seats are in very good shape. Maybe the two that still, how are they going to turn out, would be Janie Lopez and John Lujan. People are feeling good in South Texas because Trump is doing very well down there. It'll be really interesting to see how he performs. He might win several counties down in South Texas, which is, could be a story worth following. And so that I think Janie will probably win that seat and win re-election. Lujan, his district probably will vote for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
And so, but can he overperform and win that? My gut tells me that he will, because he works that district so hard and he's well known, seems to be well respected in that district. But that is one that could go the other way.
So Chuck, you're a guy that likes to dig through the data. Clearly, you're doing that right now, distracting from this live interview that we have.
But see, that thing you don't see. I'm not on the camera when I'm looking at it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's a tight shot.
Yeah,
Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it, man. I wouldn't have done it.
He wouldn't be talking to you like
I'm a TV veteran. Excuse me.
Right,
Excuse me.
Mr.
How many
TV.
times have you been on Fox?
Not ever. No,
Yeah, okay, thank
maybe in
you.
the background or something.
Thank you.
Like
All right.
awards or
Ryan and I
something.
have faces for radio.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we all do.
All right, so dig through the data. I mean, what do you? I mean, if all the statewides in Texas, of course, are during the off year, the non-presidential year. And so, what are the trends? I mean, from 18 to 20 to 22, especially if Trump wins tonight, you've got this flip-flop situation. I mean, obviously, Texas is going to go Republican every year, but what are the trends looking like? And what is it like, say, a Greg Abbott or a Lieutenant Governor Patrick? What are they looking at that may be kind of trends towards 2026?
Well, I mean, so first of all, the detailed analysis that Greg gave was excellent. The only
we
thing
have reviews coming up at the end of the year.
The only thing I can add to
that,
though, is that I think that Trump's going to be very, very strong. And so if you just take his analysis and just add a point or two to some of those races, there's going to be, I think, greater strength throughout the state. And I'm hoping that if Ted Cruz turns in a strong statewide result, that maybe for 2 or 4 years we can finally get a respite from this garbage theory, this claim that Texas is turning blue. Excuse me, no, it's not. And it was based completely on a claim of an off-year election where the president was swimming upstream in 2018. Every other statewide official, not named Ted Cruz, did very well that year, right? And so everyone focuses on what was then the most expensive U.S. Senate race in history. And so I would expect that with the Valley gradually beginning to turn red, with successful policies being implemented at the state and federal level, and good, strong campaigns where people are getting out and asking for people's votes, you may start to see Texas certainly at a standstill when it comes to what has been perceived as an erosion of Republican support, and maybe even start to turn around, because what are we seeing nationally with Trump? We're seeing historically high support from Black Americans, from Hispanics, from other groups for Trump. Well, guess what? Texas is one of 5 or 6 now minority states. And so those individuals who 20 years ago pundits thought were sure thing Democrats, that's not the case in Texas, and it's not the case with Trump.
Democrat, or what is it? Demographics is destiny, that whole thing. Yeah, I had people tweeting at me last night in all caps. Texas is a swing state. Texas is a swing state.
Right,
I mean, just forecasting. Well, this has been great. You guys have definitely helped us to set the table tonight. Obviously, you can see we've got a whole bunch of folks here tonight, a lot of family and friends. We've got kids running around. around. We've got local celebrities. I saw Lynn Woolley from.
It's a nice shirt. Nice
yeah,
American
he's got an
flag shirt.
American
he's
flag
got on.
shirt. We're going to have Jim Cardle maybe on the show. I'll probably grab Lynn and get him on here. These guys are local celebrities and on the radio here in town. So we'll
talking
have them
about
on.
faces for radio.
Yeah, and we're gonna have some younger faces. We're gonna have some younger faces. We're gonna pull some Gen Z folks who are friends and family of TPPF and get them to talk about their perspective on the election. So, gentlemen, thank you all for being our first panel, for setting the table and giving us your insights.
If you need us
All
to
right.
come close it, let us know.
Absolutely.
That's
Well,
right,
if y'all are
that's
still
right.
here, I know we're the old guys. We might not last that long. You know,
That's
we
right.
never know.
This
So-
is more excitement than I can take.
So we will be right back. We'll let you know. We'll give you a heads up, a 5-minute heads up when we start to come back. But we will see us. Keep it locked right here, and we'll talk to you soon tonight on TPPF's Election Night coverage. Hello and welcome back to the Texas Public Policy Foundation's Election Night Special. I'm your host, Brian Phillips. I'm the Chief Communications Officer here at TPPF. And we had a great first segment. It was fantastic. So we've got another great, awesome panel. And I'll introduce these folks. Of course, you know my podcast partner is Derek Cohen. He is our Chief of Research. Of course, he's the better half of the Right Idea, our flagship podcast here at TPPF. Directly to my left is, of course, Dr. Richard Johnson. He is the director of the Booker T. Washington Center here at TPPF, and just an all-around amazing guy for Texas. Yeah, and then of course, no stranger, of course, to our audience is Mandy Drogan. She's the campaign director for Next Generation Texas, and is a one-man, one-woman
I'm
force.
Just a mom, Brian.
Just a mom. She's just a mom, but also one-woman force that will perhaps single-handedly, but with a lot of help, get school choice done for us next year. So we'll jump into a bunch of those issues, but first we're here because of politics. We're here because of the election, Dr. J. Ladies first, Mandy, what is your take on tonight? Do you have any predictions, or how are you feeling about the national election, but then also what's going on here in Texas?
I am feeling cautiously optimistic. So, look, the hard way has been here for a year now. Governor Abbott laid down the gauntlet and made it very clear. If you refuse to empower parents, if you refuse to give teachers much deserved pay raises, if you refuse to start putting money into our classrooms for our kids, he's coming. And he came. The hard way is here, and I think a lot of people learned the hard way that when you stand between parents and their kids, and when you stand between teachers and their classrooms, you're going to have a problem. So Texas parents are showing up and they're voting.
So it'll be official tomorrow what the numbers are, and we're feeling good about the number of folks that are going to be. The Senate was never the issue. The issue was always the House.
That's right.
And the way that you're counting, it looks like we have support for school choice next year.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Dr. J, your thoughts on the election? You can take us, tell us what you think about Biden, Biden. Who's that guy? Tell us what you think about Trump and versus the vice president, and then how that might affect things here in Texas.
Well, first of all, let me say I join my colleague Mandy. I'm extremely optimistic about Texas. I see a lot of changes happening in Texas. I see us moving forward with school choice. I see us moving forward with election integrity. I see us moving forward with our issues at the border, addressing our issues at the border. Yeah. And I am cautiously optimistic on a national level because I think that that the communities that were historic for the left, historical communities for the left, have been drifting to the right. And I'm glad to see a lot of
as hard as they can. We of course had Representative Sean Theory on our podcast.
Absolutely, and I'm excited about what African American men are doing, standing up and thinking on their own and following their own values, and not following a narrative out there that's in the left's party line, but now looking at the party that really addresses their issues and also reflect their values. Yeah. So this is going to be an exciting night. I'm excited about what I'm thinking is going to happen, and that the things that I'm hoping are going to happen in terms of us being able to re-elect someone that could do a lot of great things for us on the right.
Derek, I had Greg Sindelar on the last panel, and he said that one of his friends who's plugged into all this, he said his feeling was nauseously optimistic, that in fact he was worried sick, that he felt good about where the way the trending was going, but worried sick that we've been here before, right? I mean, just 2 years ago, we were going to have a red wave, and that didn't happen.
Well, no, that's what I was going to say. Is I'm old enough to remember the 2022 election. Take a knee, kids. We're going to talk about what happened 2 years ago. But no, I mean, and that's the one thing. But we had a very similar vibe. And I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade. I largely share in the optimism, cautious optimism, I should say. I largely share in it, but people tend to selectively pick their inputs on what it is, on the particular narrative they want to assemble. The biggest thing that I think we have to contend with, when I say we, I mean when piecing together a narrative of how this election is going to go, is it is really, really difficult to get people to change their demonstrated behavior. Whether that's having pulled the lever for, everyone thinks that like, oh, it's COVID to this. The really difficult part is to get people to change their behavior, and that behavior was for Biden the last time through. Now, I don't think that it's a one-to-one cutout. I think that we're looking at, a replacement candidate who came in with a lot of exuberance, a lot of fanfare, manufactured, of course. I don't think anyone would claim otherwise. But that being said, it is still, I'm in the voting booth. I had my ideas on one of the candidates before, on one after. What is going to be the thing that changes in their mind and go, oh, I'm over here, now I'm over here. Yeah. And we think about this, but that is one of the most fundamental things in human behavior is the consistency. Mm-hmm. And that's the hard. So that's probably where I share in the cautious element of the optimism. But I think that one of the things that needs to be discussed, again, is a lot of these places where it's so tight have a demonstrated track record. When you start pricing in previous behavior, past performance being the best indicator of future results, it tamps down that exuberance some.
One of the groups that are the most courted for voters, Mandy, is of course suburban women. Yep. You happen to be a suburban. Well, you're kind of out in the woods.
Sure.
Yeah, you're kind of out in the woods. That counts as suburban.
Ex-urban women.
We didn't get a chance to talk about messaging last segment, but I want to get into that. I mean, do you feel? I mean, you watched the campaigns, and I'm guessing that you weren't an undecided voter at any point in the last 10, 15 years. But I mean, what did you think about the messaging from the campaigns? I mean, they're trying to court people like you. I mean, that's one of the big demographics that both campaigns were going after. Do you think that one campaign hit their mark better than the other?
Yeah, I do. I think when they stayed focused on talking about the two things that mattered most to suburban mothers. Look, we are single issue voters. It is for our children, whether it comes to empowering parents with where we're sending our kid to school. For me as a mother with two daughters, it is my daughter should not be playing sports against boys. We've seen a lot of ads capitalizing on this insanity where we saw our friend Representative Sean Theory, a Democrat, take a stand. She too has a daughter. So I think a lot of women, particularly those with daughters, realize, look, the left has gone overboard. They have completely usurped their power, and the policies that they are trying to cram down the throats of women, we've just had enough. So that's the first one. And the second one would obviously be our bank accounts. Look, the reality is we are being taxed to death, whether it's locally with all these bonds that are passing or whether it's nationally. The taxes that are being imposed on families is really, really harming the family units, and women are angry about it, and they should be. So when I'm talking to women, I know that there's a lot of issues that, are hot button issues right now, but I say you need to look at the policies that are going to affect your bank account and your children. And when they do, I think they'll make the right decision, and that's the conservative decision.
So the media likes to chase all these squirrels and all these fringe issues and things like
that's
that,
right.
because they do differentiate the candidates, whatever.
Sure.
But you're saying just look at what's 5 feet in front of your
that's
face.
Right.
To that point, Dr. J, okay, now I want you to dissect the Trump campaign, the Trump message on this. Do you think, and be critical, be honest, I mean, I'm guessing that you're, probably on that side on things. So, so sometimes it's hard to get out of the bubble and really look at, were they making the right case to the right audiences? Be critical. How would you grade the Trump's campaign's ability to message to people? Because he lost. I mean, he lost in 2020, so they made some mistakes and they need to fix some things. In your honest assessment, do you think they did enough this time around?
This time around, I think they did. Let me tell you the reason why. There are some variables that are in play this time around that were not in play last time around. Last time around, people didn't know how bad Biden and Harris really were.
That's right.
Last time around, people didn't know that their mortgages were going to go up. They didn't know that jobs were going to go away. They didn't know that the border was going to be overran. They didn't know. Yeah. They had no idea that fentanyl was going to walk across the border and kill hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah. And the lawlessness that goes on with it, the human trafficking, the sex trafficking, all these things, and the murder that goes along with it. People did not know that. Mm-hmm. This time around, People know it.
And Trump focused on that, right? I mean,
And,
that was his number
his
one
message, he focused on the border. He kept that border up front. He also kept safety up front, public safety and national safety up front. When Trump was in office, we had no wars. Now we're in 2 wars, and we left Afghanistan just in a very terrible and embarrassing way. These things had not happened in 2022 when we were predicting it was going to be a wave. You know, people wasn't hurting as bad as they're hurting now. The jobs report that came out last week, 12,000 jobs nationally, short of 100,000 jobs added. These kinds of things people see and feel every day. And let me just say this, and the reason why I'm so proud of black men across America, when former President Obama came out and attempted to scold black men for wanting to vote for former President Trump and not going to camp that he wanted to, we stood up. And I was so proud of that. We stood up against that wave and said, hold up, nah, you can't tell us who to vote for. We're intelligent people. We understand that our pocket is hurting. We understand that our families are hurting. We understand our country is hurting. And now it's our opportunity to stand up and do something different. And this may be the situation, Derek, that may be catastrophic enough in human beings' mind to change their behavior.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned a lot of policies, Derek, but so much of campaigns are personality, right? And it's about, I mean, and the various, mud that's getting thrown around. How much did policy do you think really mattered in terms of convincing people, to come across? Because, Kamala Harris gave her speech in the Ellipse. The first half of the speech was just a tirade, a personal tirade about, how Trump was unfit and all this kind of stuff. How much do you think policy really matters to people whenever they go to the polls?
I mean, not to be cynical, but not much. And I think that's because one candidate is running on a demonstrable record and the other one is running on vibes. In fact, we're in the very rare instance in which Vice President Harris would actually put out a policy proposal. It either got corrected or fully rescinded by campaign staff within 24 hours. Yeah. And that leads me to believe is I'm sure there's an issues page on the website, but that doesn't mean
it wasn't for like 30 days after she, for like a month after she was.
Well, they had to Control F, type in Biden, and delete it all. But yeah, I mean, it's as vapid and shallow of a campaign as I've ever seen run, and I don't mean that in like in a partisan way. Even it's if I had a person vying for my vote and they were like, I'm not that guy, I would just be like, okay, establish. You're definitely not a different human being. What is it you're for? Yeah. And it's like, not being that guy. And it's like, okay, that gives me nothing to hang my hat on.
Yeah.
Now, granted, especially in my previous role, policy's my thing, right? Like, that's what I do. But that being said is...
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. That's right. Well, hey, I was about to say, it seems like some people are fouling up quite a bit around politics. So, but
why not us?
Yeah, exactly. Why not Derek? But that being said, is like that'd be my one concern. If if Vice President Harris were to win, there's no stuffing in the suit. Like what are we getting? Are we going to have another issue of Biden where you have such an empty vessel as the principal that basically the most just breaking, guys. We're going to go to the
we got
just
Florida.
Breaking. Turns out Donald Trump won Florida. I was about to say, I don't know if I've seen a map with that blue for quite some time, but
well, and Florida is usually one of those states where it takes all night, so that's definitely shows a major trend change in the last.
This ain't 2000 anymore, Brian.
Yeah,
you know that.
Exactly.
And that's good news.
Yeah,
very good.
That the numbers are coming in early.
Yeah, for sure.
And well, anyway, just to put a bow tie on that, it's if you have that much of an empty vessel as the principal, the Svengalis and the folks that surround the actual principal are going to be the ones making the policy. Yep. And just given the demonstrated track record of Biden and now Harris, that is not a particular. I would not be voting for that particular deep state. Let me tell you what.
Mandy, one of my favorite things is shameless promotion, and so you've got a fantastic podcast. It's called Parent Empowerment. You've got like 150 episodes already in the last 45 days. When you talk to people around the state, you specifically focus on the state representatives and senators and activists and folks like that who are part of the parent empowerment movement. So talk to us a little bit about Texas politics. How do you see things shaking out? I mean, I know everybody's focused on the presidential. It feels like the off-year election is really when all the statewides are up. That's when people focus on Texas politics. But there's a bunch of elections going on in Texas right now too. Where do you see some opportunities for conservatives to make moves, and where do you see maybe some vulnerabilities?
Sure. So I see some vulnerability in great legislators, John Lujan and Janie Lopez, both of their seats after that they stood up and stood with the parents in their district and supported the teacher pay raises, the $4,000 for teachers, as well as supported empowering parents with ESAs. The Democrats, they came after them. They wanted to make an example, and so we're seeing that play out. I am nervous but cautiously optimistic, again, that they will pull it out, because I do think that Texans that realize kind of the drift or the shift to the left that's being made with a whole lot of emphasis from outside money, because as goes Texas, so goes the nation. Look, we are the stronghold for the country. Us and Florida, we hold the nation's values in what we're doing, and so I do think that they'll pull ahead. And then I'm really closely watching those seats in House District 80. That's where you've got the mayor of Uvalde that's running as a Republican, and I think he's going to pull it out. I am very, very excited. That would be a pickup seat. And then also in HD 70, and that is Steve Kennard is taking on Mihaela Plessa. And it looks like from what we can see, there was a strong run made by those on the conservative side, including the governor, really stepping up and seeing there's an opportunity here.
So, Dr. J, talk to us about next year. Talk to us about the session. Let's say that things play out the way that maybe we would prefer. What are the new opportunities for us? And yes, we'll just talk about school choice. I'm kind of setting you up a little bit, but maybe even under the radar. What are some new opportunities in terms of policy advancements that we might be able to see next year?
I think that we can see a sweep in our policy in our policy priorities here at Texas Public Policy Foundation, because there is the push for Republicans to vote early that swept across the country also hit Texas. And that's why you see our numbers in Texas far exceed the numbers that's coming in on the left right now. More Republicans have voted, more Republicans, and then also registering those low intensity voters and getting them in to add on top of those R5s that normally vote, rainy day voters.
Yeah.
So that's going to create an opportunity for us to impact our House and our Senate here at the state level, and also impact our policies. Of course, school choice is our number one issue out there, and we believe that we'll be able to pass school choice this session. I'm excited about
Taxpayer-funded lobbying, is that?
I think
I'm cautiously optimistic there on taxpayer-funded lobbying.
Yeah.
But I do believe because of the groundswell on the side of the right in terms of our early voting, that's going to push in a lot of opportunity to pass things that may be our third and fourth and fifth priority.
Yeah, I think that right there with school choice, taxpayer-funded lobbying is going to be a huge issue. We just saw last week Chairman Dustin Burrows come out and place an op-ed calling these taxpayer-funded lobbyists a gang. And what he was specifically talking about those
not like a fun, lovable gang.
Not like a fun, lovable gang. He is specifically
like talking about
those entities, the Texas Association of School Boards, the Texas Association of School Administrators, the Alphabet Soup Crew, as they have now become known. And it was really a shot across the bow that we have never truly seen, where they are calling out these entities and their lobbyists that are taking tens of millions of dollars. And, you know, we talked about this a lot this year on the podcast, where we had multiple trustees talk about going to these TASB conferences and being given guidance on weaponizing their teacher pay and things like that. So you've got these organizations and their affiliates, like a gang, they're lieutenant organizations, and they're setting them up.
The Goon Squad.
They're Goon Squad. They're steering taxpayer money. And I think we've got some great leaders that are willing and ready to take that on, because quite frankly, that's one of the huge things that's also affecting our education system. It's steering money. We are steering $42 billion away from teachers every year, and it's going to just keep getting bigger. So they figured out the plan, and I believe we have leaders that are going to help shut it down.
Derek, I've heard goons and gangs, and I'm not quite La Cosa Nostra yet, but I'm sure we're heading that direction. So we've got taxpayer-funded lobbying, we've got school choice, property tax. I mean, the governor was just tweeting about property tax, so here we go. We're going to go another round of property tax. Any other issues maybe that are under the radar that now, with, you know, after this election, might see some new motivation to get done?
Daylight savings time. I guarantee.
Finally,
if you pulled it right now,
Yes,
today, having being 48 hours out from shifting the clocks, it would be an issue getter. But obviously, we have fun. But yeah, I think we're going to see. It's funny because the reason that school choice, taxpayer-funded lobbying, generally are at the top is because a lot of things flow from that. And so, like, for example, when it comes to the property tax battle, if taxpayer-funded, if you don't have the actual paid entities, as a surrogates for these, taxable entities, in the legislature spreading their misinformation, then it's not going to be as slanted of an argument as it was before. So I really think that those are the marquee. That's the marquee. That's the banner. But I do think that you are going to see things further on down the line, whether it's from, things around how we do healthcare billing and transparency. That's always a hot button. Mm-hmm. Whether we're talking about, some items still left on the table in terms of election integrity. Once again, Harris County has proven that, they're completely enabled to run an election. And so I think that there is going to be a lot of perennial favorites. Unfortunately for our colleague Nikki, I think bail reform is going to make a
here we go.
comeback.
Yeah.
But one thing actually that I do think is going to be serious, and I've seen this both in following the Republican convention, and I've heard a lot of it from my work on the State Commission for Judicial Conduct. I think that body is going to get, there's going to be some legislative efforts to change that, because long story short, again, there are certain judges in certain areas of the state that people are just, categorically opposed to, and they don't have a body where even the most obscene and worst misbehavior is empowered to do something about it. So I think that there's going to be action that will, now what that solution will be, or whether it's a net good or, not, is yet to be seen, but I think that's one of the sleepers that we're going to see.
All right, guys, real quick as we wrap up our second panel on TPPF's Election Night Special, real quick predictions for tonight. Let's go Trump versus Kamala Harris. Be honest. Give me who you think you're going to win and by how much?
Trump by 8.
By 8. Okay, that's aggressive. Mandy?
Trump by 4.
By 4. Okay. All right. What do you say, Derek?
Well, I know the map doesn't support it, but I'll say Trump by 6 to split the difference.
Yeah, 8-6. All right, you heard it.
He's going to pull that Guam vote back, so yeah.
Awesome. All right. For my partner in crime, Derek, and for Mandy and for Dr. J, thank you for watching our second panel. We'll be here all night. We'll be back in a few minutes. We got another great panel coming up. We're even going to talk to some younger folks. We're going to have a little Gen Z panel. We're talking about you as the old guys. The old guys right here. The gray hairs. Yeah. We got a Gen Z panel coming up. We got some media folks who are here going to tell us from the media perspective what they're seeing out there in the results. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching and listening, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Tears fall to earth as the hurt takes your breath away. Your branches break in the heart of the hurricane, but I won't let you go. I won't let you go. You are not alone. I won't let you go. If you could see what I see when you close your eyes, something beautiful. The clouds will break to light on the other side, and I won't let you go. I won't let you go.
Hello and welcome back to Texas Public Policy Foundation's election night coverage. We're now 2 panels down and we've had some really good commentary and we've been giving you live news coverage. We talked about Florida, got called for Donald Trump in the last segment. And we're going to be breaking down some of the analysis now. 2 of my favorite people who are right here in Austin. I'm so excited that they're here at our party, so excited that they're able to be part of our panel. Let's start with Jim Cardle. We've got Jim Cardle and Lynn Woolley of Cardle and Woolley.
And the feelings mutual. It goes both ways.
Carl and Willie, who are on our radio every morning at Talk 1370. Really excited to have you guys on here and get your views. Lynn, do you have any political opinions that you'd like to share?
A few.
He's got 40 years of TV and radio.
My favorite part is when you disagree. So maybe we can fire up some disagreements over.
I tell Jim that all the time. I say we sit here and agree all the time. It gets boring. So
all right, well, now it's my turn to moderate, and so
that's right.
You're kind enough to let me to have me on your show sometimes, and of course we have Sheriff Sylvester as a regular on your show, so we really appreciate that. All right, well then we'll start with you. Just you've been watching it tonight. You've been seeing the returns come in. We've got some states that are now in the red camp. Some states are now in the blue camp. What are you making of all of the results as you see it?
Well, I think as we're talking right now, it's going to come down to what happens in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Georgia was looking pretty good a moment ago. Trump had moved up a little bit. I'm still cautiously optimistic, but we've got to get Georgia, we've got to get North Carolina, and we've got to get Pennsylvania. And then pretty soon we'll start seeing those West Coast polls start to close, and we can see how we're doing in Arizona. But Arizona, I'm expecting to get Arizona for Trump as well.
We've now had 3 panels, and everybody has used the term cautiously optimistic. We joked that Greg used he said somebody wrote to him and said, I'm actually nauseously optimistic because I'm nervous because I've seen, the supposed Republican wave or the conservative wave is supposed to happen and it doesn't happen. Jim, how are you seeing things?
You're talking about the red wavelet from a couple of years
22,
ago.
Yeah, from 22.
Yeah, well, I'll break the mold. I'm going to be an eternal optimist. Willie's job description includes being the resident skeptic, and he fulfills that on a regular basis. But no, I'm horribly optimistic, and I'll tell you, it's pretty simple. This election, I don't think has ever been that complicated. It's come down to basically the question of, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And it's going to be primarily focused or determined, I think, more than anything else by the American average working guy that's in the heartland of America. Even would refer to somebody I heard this afternoon, Lynn, talking on our Talk 1370 station. Sean Hannity was talking to Mark Halperin, who some folks will know, generally known as a more liberal-leaning or Democrat commentator over the years. He said simply that if Harris can't win resoundingly, not that that makes any difference in the Electoral College, but if she can't win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, I think the Wisconsin Senate race has got a big influence there. Now, North Carolina is a big new factor with the floods and everything going through there in the deep blue part of Raleigh-Durham, as I understand it. So that may be something different, but he was predicting that we may know the outcome Halperin was by 11 p.m. tonight, because some of these states, even for instance, we talked this morning, even if you have Georgia talking about there being absentee ballots or military ballots overseas, or some of these other states like Pennsylvania saying that it's going to take 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
If the margins are so resoundingly strong for Trump, those numbers won't make any determination. Another thing I saw this morning, right as we got off the air, Arizona had early voting come in. A million Republicans voted in early voting in Arizona. 723 Democrats voted in early voting. You and I have seen this. We've all seen it. The old adage that elections are won and lost in the early vote. If you've got a 275,000 person deficit in early voting, that's almost mathematically impossible to overcome. So I'm optimistic to a fault. And the most exciting thing, Brian, that I would add in here, I think there's I agree with Donald Trump when he said there's a movement. It started with him 8 years ago. He is not the one that's been leading it. He is the one that has been the result of the movement of the American voter, who's sick and tired of what we've been getting, and we're not going to be doing insane things anymore, like electing Kamala.
Lynn, to that point, the common wisdom has always been that the left votes early and the right votes on election day. And to Jim's great points here, all of the trends appear to be that, in fact, the right and the Republicans are starting to win in the early votes. So what does that mean for election day? Now, being the eternal pessimist that Jim describes you as, do you see any good news? Okay, skeptic. Do you see any good news? Is there actually any good news for Democrats on this front?
Any good news for Democrats?
Yeah, for Democrats. I mean, it seems like it's all poured in on.
They're winning all the places they're supposed to be winning.
Okay.
Bernie Sanders' race was called a long time ago.
Sure.
And they're winning in a lot of the blue states that you would expect. So, it's just a matter of whether there's enough Republicans who didn't come to the polls early and who are flooding the polls today. So if the turnout, especially in Texas, if the turnout in Texas is a big Republican turnout combined with the votes that we put in the bank early, then Trump should win and Cruz should win. Now, we have, at this point, to my knowledge, flipped one Senate seat.
West Virginia
flipped one Senate seat, and
National
that one
US
was
Senate seat.
and that one was U.S. Senate seat, and that one was expected. Cruz was behind a little bit ago.
And where was that? That's breaking news. Where did we flip the seat at?
West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Joe
Okay,
Manchin
yeah.
is
I
now
thought
governor.
Montana,
Joe Manchin's seat.
It's probably the polls probably aren't closed in Montana yet, right?
So assuming we hold everything, and that's assuming that Ted Cruz holds his seat. We flip a couple more, we're going to have the Senate. Now, the House, I don't know. The Democrats have a little bit better chance maybe of flipping a couple of seats. They only need to flip, 3?
Republican margin is 4 with a couple absentee
4,
or dead folks.
Well,
so
there's
it
3
would be
vacant
3.
seats right now.
Yeah.
2. So if they can flip just a few, they can take the House. We might end up with the Senate. They end up with the House. I'm just hoping right now that we can pull Ted Cruz through this thing and that we can pull Trump through, but we've got to get Pennsylvania. The fracking issue should help there. Some of the unions that have broken from their union management and gone with Trump, that should help in some areas as well. But we've got to get North Carolina, and we've got to get Pennsylvania, and we've got to make sure we hang on to Georgia. Georgia was looking good a moment ago. We got to hang on to Georgia.
Now, part of your jobs, of course, and I'm far be it for me to tell you what your jobs are, but part of your jobs is to know, what the man on the street thinks about these things. I mean, you give a voice to the people a lot of times. That's why people tune in, because they want to hear your perspective, but also because you consider what's going on out there and you broadcast that to everybody else.
We're just trying to keep up with Phillips, by the way, is what we're doing.
No, I have a blast when I go on with you guys. I'm so jealous that you get to do that every day. But in terms of do you think that the campaigns, whether it be Kamala's campaign or Trump's campaign, knowing what you know about what the people care about, and you get the calls in every day, and you focus on everything from like hyper local issues to the national issues, do you think that the campaigns focused on the right issues?
Great
Jim, we'll start
question.
with you. Do you think they showed them on the focus on the right issues? And are there any issues that you feel maybe they missed that there would have been an opportunity for them to talk about?
The missed part, surely that could be a long list, but I tell you, the biggest thing I think that would be at the top of my mind is that this was a negative campaign. Anymore, our social media has a lot to do that, where folks are rewarded for going into the gutter. In fact, the more ugly you are, the more attention you get. But we've said and talked about for at least a month that, particularly in Kamala Harris's case, as long as she's talking about Donald Trump, she's losing. Certainly standing still, and in politics, if you're standing still, you're going backwards.
Yeah.
So that was the common man, I think, is your question is, wanting to know what Kamala Harris was. The undecided folks at the end, we joke about whether there were any undecided voters or not here for the last couple weeks, but even Democrats, you've heard the last couple weeks, were upset about how they nominated and coronated Kamala, but the average voters needed to know what her positions were. She tried to hide it because she's the most liberal member of the U.S. Senate in
Took
history.
her a month to have a media interview, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I would think the average American, I heard the phrase, the average American's paycheck ran out of liberal feelings at the end of every month. And we would see it. I'm sure everybody's seen it. You had African Americans, Hispanics, inner city, lifelong Democrats say that they have just had enough and they were not going to be able to take any more of the economic impact, and that's what it resolved to.
Lynn, any missed issues?
The number one.
We got one of our garbage folks over here.
Well, yes, there was. Actually, talked to Chip Roy about that this morning on the air.
Yeah.
The number one missed issue, and I just wrote a column on it and put it up on my website at wbdaily.com.
We love the shameless promotion here. The shameless self-promotion. We love it here on our
that
podcast.
That was wbdaily.com. What the title of the column was, the most important issue in America right now in our elections ought to be the national debt. And it never came up. You almost never saw that issue come up. Now, if Trump had asked me, I would have said, the more you're talking about illegal immigration, the Biden-Harris open border, the more you're talking about inflation, consumer costs, gasoline cost at the pump, the Afghanistan withdrawal that killed 13 American soldiers, that's what he should have hammered and hammered and hammered and hammered. But when you get down to what the crisis is, the right seems to understand that the biggest crisis facing this country is our congressional spending. On the other hand, no member of Congress ever got reelected by saying, I'm going to cut spending and I'm not going to bring home any pork to the district.
Although our friend Chip Roy,
he
talks about it. Wasn't he on your show recently?
He was on the show this morning.
Okay.
Lynn asked him.
And I asked him that same question. And I said, you and Rand Paul are about the only two guys I know, in the Congress, one in the House and one in the Senate. But yes, Trump, I think, calling her low IQ and all that, that's not my style. I mean, I know that she's not the smartest bulb in the cabinet. All right, let's face that. But he should have been talking about, I'll fix illegal immigration that they broke. I'll fix the inflation that they broke.
Yeah.
I'll get the consumer costs
He did
down.
here the last week or so.
I'll get the
fixed
consumer
word.
costs down, and because we're going to drill and we're going to manufacture and we're going to bring jobs back. And this whole tariffs thing, which I tend to disagree with Trump on, but if he can use it to get some things done, in other words, say to Mexico, put some troops at the border and help us stop this influx, or I'll slap a 50% tariff on all your goods. But if you do what I'm asking you, I won't slap a 50% tariff on your goods.
He says tariff's the most beautiful word in the
It's
English
the most beautiful word, but if he actually does it, it ends up being a tax on the people. And so, I hope he's using it as a tool and not as a policy.
And let me bring up, I'd be curious to get your thought, one other issue that I know.
You can interview me. You can ask me a question.
Senator Cruz, you used to work on Capitol Hill on the Senate side where everybody thinks they're up there with God, as a former House staffer myself. But Ted Cruz, I think, did an excellent job, as did a number of other candidates across the country. This whole issue of boys in girls' sports, boys in girls' locker rooms, boys in girls' bathrooms, the transgender surgery, sex change in prisons. I think that was a sleeper issue that really probably moved, 2 or 3 or 4% of the voters, and that's going to be a margin of victory.
And not necessarily because they have any personal connection to that issue, but because it's so extreme, and then when you actually look into it, it's real. She said what she said. It's on video. The bill says what it says. Colin Aldera did vote for the bill that did that, so it's so it kind of takes you back, like who in their right mind would support something like that?
But here's the thing about Harris. Harris is one Kamala when she's here, and she's another Kamala when she's there.
Yeah.
She was for fracking before she was against fracking. We're going to have to elect her to see if she's really against fracking.
Never had to define.
She's against fracking.
She goes before a Jewish organization, and she's for Israel's right to defend itself, never for Israel's right to wipe out Hamas or Hezbollah, but she's for Israel's right to defend itself. But if she goes before a Muslim group, she's all for the Palestinians, and we've got to stop the suffering in Gaza.
What does that mean? So if they shoot first, then you can shoot back? And
I'm not sure what she means, and I'm not sure that she's sure what she means. She has walked a tightrope. don't offend anybody on this side, don't offend anybody on this side. Trump has at least campaigned, at least partially, on policies, and we know what he did in his first term.
And Lynn,
in Harris's case, she was the last person in the room during the Biden administration, so we also know what she did.
Yeah.
And look what her trying to please all people and pleasing none, that Muslim mayor in Dearborn, Michigan, I believe it was one of the suburbs northwest of Detroit, Muslim Democrat mayor came out and endorsed publicly and said he's voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
That's a community of a couple 100,000 people that could sway the election in Michigan.
I want to switch gears a little bit because I want to get your opinions on some things.
Sure.
This is a really interesting election in terms of how the campaigns communicate. And I know Jim and you and I have talked about this a little bit, so we'll start there.
Huge.
We'll start there. But I mean, you had Trump, J.D. Vance, and Elon Musk all going on. We got some breaking news. All right, Texas. Big shock there. Texas goes for Trump. 8 points. It was
What a shock.
43-55. So an 8-point win for Trump at Texas. Okay. So back to you had Trump and J.D. Vance and Elon all going on Joe Rogan's show, and it was like it was a huge thing.
Huge.
You had 100 million people that ultimately watched the Trump interview. That's more than twice of the number of people who watched the debates. You had Trump not even do a second debate with Kamala Harris. Only one debate with the vice presidents. I mean, people are going, and then of course the debates were a debacle, right? I mean, I'm sure you guys talked about it the day after. It was a complete disaster for the media, and they're all like that. Like, they never get better. Every single one of those debates ends up the same way, with them fact checking the Republican or the conservative and all that.
They can't help themselves.
I think in 4 years nobody's going to do these debates. I mean, even in the primaries where it's kind of like this, row of 19 people. I don't know why anybody who's in the league,
they'll go where the eyeballs are.
They'll go to Joe Rogan. They'll go to the All In podcast. They'll go to these
or here's what the moderator should do: flip a coin and say, Mr. Trump, you won the toss. You go first. And then the moderator goes away, and it's between them.
They just go back
like
there.
Lincoln and Douglas.
So that's the question. So the question is, that's an interesting point, though, Lynn. Can they fix what's going on in the media such that the candidates will ever come back and use that kind of forum? If the answer is no, then what does it look like in 4 years? I mean, as you guys are terrestrial radio and traditional radio, but you're also online. Anybody around the country can listen to your show, and so if you had a Trump or somebody come on your show, everybody in the nation, so it's easier to get to you that way. Is that just where people are going to go with these online forums?
Yeah, the interesting thing we learned, it's been 4 years. We started 4 years ago on the air on Election Day when Joe Biden was elected. We learned about 18 months ago that about 40% of our listeners are actually streaming somewhere.
Excellent. Yeah.
But Lynn Woolley, the Texas radio icon, once wrote a book called The Last Great Days of Radio that we argue about every now and then, or
that
talk
was in
about.
1993. Yes.
So I defer to the expert, because
so the
what
last
you're,
great days of
what
radio
you're
were
talking
in the
about
early
is
90s?
fascinating.
Well, I wrote a book called The Last Great Days of Radio in 1993, and it came out right around the end of the year.
And how's it working out?
Remember, when I wrote that book, I'd never heard the word podcasting. I'd never heard of it.
Computers were fairly
novel. I was aware of satellite radio, but we didn't have Sirius or XM by that time. And I was looking ahead to how radio could reinvent itself, mainly as a talk medium. And it sort of did with Rush Limbaugh, but we have lost Rush Limbaugh. No one has stepped up to take his place. Mm-hmm. There's nobody like him on the horizon. Yeah. There's some good shows, but there's nothing like Rush Limbaugh.
And Rogan's not like Limbaugh at all. I mean, he does his own thing and he's popular, but he's not a replacement for what Limbaugh was doing.
Well, yeah, exactly. Nobody is.
Let me give you an analogy. When I worked on Capitol Hill 40 years ago, it was 1988. There was this new industry coming along, and of course every congressional office, you know this, you work there, has these little TV sets, 2 or 3 around the offices at the annex, and they all have the House or the Senate floor or the cable news networks. The cable news networks, remember Body by Jake?
Yeah.
And he was a aerobics type guy.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
We've talked to Mark Rasmussen, a lot of people don't know the Rasmussen Polar. He started ESPN in his garage in St. Louis with his dad, and it changed those things. That was the explosion. Now we've got 500 cable networks. Now what you're seeing right
That
now,
I have to pay for and don't watch.
while you're doing
Exactly.
Roku, right? But now what we're seeing is all the same thing onto what? To the greatest tracking device ever known by man. You pay the phone company when you sign the contract to own all your property, number one, and you agree to let them own it. We don't own anything.
All right.
So it's all going through an industrial revolution is what we're seeing right now, in my humble little opinion, that's going to have massive repercussions for education, hopefully this session in the legislature, for municipality and delivery of services. This is absolutely phenomenal. Focused on with politics here, because you're right, the Rogan, the Tucker Carlsons, I think Elon Musk is in 4 years going to have a television aspect, be able to do whatever he wants on that platform.
Yeah. I mean, are you worried about, government regulation, Lynn? As we get into these markets, we won't get into kind of how the spectrum and all of that works, with broadcast right now. But I mean, all this stuff is basically unregulated. I mean, Joe Rogan drops F-bombs and says whatever he wants, and all of that. I mean, if everybody's consuming their media that way, do you think government's going to step in like they always do and say, hey, we've got to start?
Can they keep up?
Well, I'll go with the question back to you. What has government not tried to control? Jim and I had this argument this morning. Was it? I can't remember if it was on or off the air. Some of the best stuff's off the air.
That's why you need a podcast.
Well, I was mentioning to Jim, another book I wrote was called The Death of Talk Radio. That was about 15 years ago. Wrote it with Cliff Kincaid. The Democrats were upset at that time that they could not find a Rush Limbaugh. They tried Mario Cuomo. He bombed. They tried everybody they could think of.
Alan Combs.
Alan Combs, the late Alan Combs. I knew him reasonably well. They put a whole network on called Air America, and it flopped big time.
Yeah.
So if they couldn't do that, then they wanted to destroy conservative talk radio. They will go after podcasts like Rogan. Just mark my word, they will do it. And you saw what happened last weekend when Kamala Harris unexpectedly showed up on Saturday Night Live, which was a consideration. That was an in-kind consideration, and NBC tried to fix it by giving Trump a couple of spots in NASCAR at the end of a NASCAR telecast and the end of an NFL telecast. But yeah, I think broadcast television, I think if we don't do a better job, innovate, think of new ways to get our product out, podcasting is rapidly growing, and there will be something to replace it too.
And I'm glad you bring up the SNL, because the message that sends is don't do that. Just go on the podcast, go on these other mediums and these other platforms where there aren't these regulations that you have the possibility of violating.
Well, but you've got, who owns ABC?
Disney.
That's Disney.
Yeah.
What is the most leftist woke company in the United States of America? Because I asked myself.
Unfortunately, it was Harley Davidson at one point. Like, they even had woke stuff.
Well, I asked myself this question. What's the face of CBS, NBC, and ABC? Face of NBC is Lester Holt. I would say Nora O'Donnell, maybe on CBS. The face of ABC News is not David Muir. It's George Stephanopoulos. What did he used to do for a living? He smeared the opponents of Bill and Hillary Clinton for a living.
Right.
And he's now the head of Disney's television network.
Yeah.
But here's a good point, and bring it back maybe to, or not bring it back, but divert it. When you talk about the government will try and do something, not if Donald Trump gets in there, not if Republicans control the House and the Senate, not if, as some like myself think, there is a great growing movement coming across this nation where we are going to take our country back and be self-determinant and free enterprise and not go for government regulations. That's the import of it. When we hear the phrase, this is the most important election of our lifetime, certain aspects are more true than others. I think given a Kamala Harris administration and executive orders, that'd be one thing, but the regulatory state is a frightening, as you know, Brian, what George W. Bush used to say, personnel is policy.
Yeah, right. Well, let's take it back to politics in Texas now. That's a fascinating discussion. I'm really interested to see where all that goes.
Good questions.
And of course, here at TPPF, we have 5 or 6 regular podcasts that we do. And again, we get to say whatever we want to say, and we get to target that to particular audiences and all of that.
And I got to compliment you, Brian. You all are hitting it out of the park.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Really appreciate
it. It is
that.
the future.
Well, thank you for that shameless self-promotion. We appreciate it. Well, let's take it back to Texas politics. I'm really interested in the trends. And, of course, you guys, again, you do this 5 days a week. You have to read, local news up to national news. And so you see, look at 18 to 20. Trump loses in 20 and then 22 here in Texas. There wasn't the red wave nationally, but certainly in Texas, every single statewide won by double digits, or all the Republicans won by double digits. Now we've got 24. It's good. It's looking like maybe Trump is going to swing back to Trump. How are you making sense of all this? What does this look like in 26 and 28? Do you think that the country's maybe even more polarizing? More conservative people moving to Texas, more left-wing people moving to New York and California. Like, in terms of trends, where do you think the politics goes in 2 and 4 years?
I remember at your annual policy confab that's in February or March 4 years ago when Governor Greg Abbott was speaking. It might have been 6 years ago. And everybody was worried about Ted Cruz's race and the influx of Californians. Mm-hmm. Well, Greg Abbott wasn't up that year, but he did have his team look at some voter analysis, and I believe what he said was that a greater percentage of first-time voters in Texas voted for Ted Cruz than existing residents of Texas.
55%, yeah, we've seen that data.
Blew my mind, number one. Number two, a lot of people won't realize the mayor of Corpus Christi now for 4 years has been a Republican. Tony Gonzalez, a Republican congressman from South Texas, San Antonio all the way to out to El Paso. Its district is bigger than, I believe it's like 11 states in America. He flipped Eagle Pass in the county there, Republican. Republicans, I've been working this conundrum for 22 years. What is going to be the future of the Hispanic voter? The Democrats have totally abused it, misused it with lip service. Republicans have gone in and actually showed that they are willing to do the work. We are the ones who are willing to get a hospital in the valley. So I think especially, and I've seen the dynamic between mothers running the family. The men don't do much in the Hispanic. This from the publisher of my newsletter is an 85-year-old Hispanic, Gil Rodriguez, does a great job, and this is him saying this. Is that model's being broken? If Hispanics are 35 or under, they are little capitalists, which is free enterprise. That's my thought.
Chuck DeVore sat here and said, the thing that frustrates him more than anything about every 2 to 4 years is this notion that the Democrats are just on the cusp of taking Texas.
For 30 years now.
Yeah, they've been.
I heard it this afternoon with Ted Cruz.
Yeah, Lynn, are they any closer today than they were 30 years ago?
We'll know in a couple of hours. If Colin Allred is able to beat Ted Cruz, then they have made their big inroad. But I don't see it. I don't even understand racial politics. I look at this. Here would be my message to Hispanics, to the black community in Texas, and to the United States of America. If we lower taxes for Americans as a whole, as Trump does, without regard to making corporations pay their fair share, which is the biggest bunch of horse hockey I've ever heard in my life. Corporations don't pay taxes. They consider that a business expense, and they up the cost of their product. If we say to the Hispanics, to black people, to white people, to Asian people, everybody, a rising tide lifts all boats.
Amen.
Let's make this state better for all of us, and when one community benefits, all communities benefit. We've got to stop zeroing in on racial communities. I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
I don't wake up in the morning and think, oh my God, I'm white. I don't ever think that.
It's the Democrats, they have to have
If I think of what I
victims.
am at all, I think I'm an American, I'm a Texan, and I want what's best for this country. And I think that's the way that we should phrase it. And when that is the appeal of Donald Trump. What Donald Trump did in his 4 years made life better for the black community and the Hispanic community. But guess what? I'm not in those communities. And he made life better for me, too.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think that's where the Republican Party and the conservative movement ought to go.
Well, I don't know if Ted Cruz is going to win. I don't know if Donald Trump's going to win, but I know that Lynn Woolley won best prize for best shirt at the party
Thank
tonight.
the Lady of Logic.
Let me
She
add
picked
one
us up.
final comment, if I can, that goes to that.
Yeah, go for it.
And I can say this now that the election's over, because a lot of my Republican peers get frustrated. And it's my true humble opinion. Texas demographics right now, any of the three of us could have been Colin Allred if we had an R next to our name. And why is that? You look down, not at the governor's race, certainly at a congressional or Senate race. Look, and this goes back to a historic Republican icon, Royal Massey, back in the days when he created the optimal Republican voting strength. Look at the Supreme Court races. Look at maybe the comptroller's races. Well, every one of those, and this is the frustration that you're expressing, Brian, the Democrats keep thinking, do you know Jen O'Malley, who's now running the Harris campaign? She ran what was called Blue Texas about 15 years ago, and they got curb stomped.
Wow.
And she got promoted upwards. But the point being...
Maybe that's a good sign that she's running the presidential campaign.
Exactly. The point being that we have 30 million Texans, 21 million of which are of voting age. Of the 21 million of voting age, 16 million are registered to vote. Of the 16 million that are registered to vote, 50% in a typical election, that's 8 million people.
Yeah.
The point being that demographically, we are so blessed and take for granted. I'm not saying we shouldn't fight, but the numbers in Texas, in the primary, Ted Cruz had 2 million people vote in the Republican primary back in March. Colin Allred had 925,000 people vote for him in the Democrat primary. The numbers are just phenomenal.
Sherry Sylvester makes that point all the time. They just don't have the bodies here. They say they're a non-voting state, which is also not proven. There's no substance behind that as well. The breaking news here was that Ohio went for Trump. It was a 9-point
There's
victory.
another Senate
54.
pickup.
Yeah,
Sherrod Brown's going to lose that.
And I will disagree. I know it's more fun to disagree, so I will disagree with you that I could beat Colin Allred, because I would be a terrible first-time candidate. I know having worked with first-time candidates, I would be the know-it-all prima donna.
Well, I could donate out of my own bank account for my campaign at least $50.
There you go.
So no, you got to have money. But I'll say this. I know we're about to wrap this probably, but the rest of the United States that is conservative needs to understand the importance of Texas. And what do we have, 40 electoral votes? If
36, 38.
If 40, I believe. If we ever do go blue, there will never be another Republican president.
That's accurate.
So Texas, in that sense, is the most important state in the nation. People write us off because we're not a swing state. But if Ted Cruz loses, and they're able to build on that, that's trouble for the entire United States of America. That's how important Texas is.
I'll bet you Lunchy's not going to lose.
You owe me so many lunches.
Well, that's a good message to end on. We really appreciate that.
Appreciate
Lynn
what you
Woolley,
do,
Jim
Brian.
Carlo, you guys are the best. You guys are fantastic.
And
everything I know about how to do anything on this side of the microphone, I've learned from you
And thank
guys.
God for the Texas Public Policy Foundation.
Well, thank
Truly.
y'all so much, and thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for watching. I promise we will have a younger panel. I promise the Gen Z panel is coming up, so we're going to ask them what they think and figure out, when they voted, where they voted, what they think about all this politics stuff.
How they get their information.
How they get their information is going to be, I mean, I would talk to them about their media consumption and all of that.
You be talking about TikTok.
TikTok, yeah. No, that's the Chi-Com app. So we don't use that here at TPPF. All right, so thank you guys so much for being on. Thank you guys for being
bet.
here at the party.
You too.
Go out, have some fun, mingle with the folks like you always do.
Our pleasure.
So we'll be right back, and we'll talk to you soon after these.
The sun is slipping down, the shadows fall. How could we know? Oh, oh, oh. The fire's burning low. We feel it all. We feel it all. Oh, oh, oh. It's been a hard day, been a fight, but we'll see what we are made of when we stick it out this time. It's been a hard day, been a fight, but we'll see what we are made of when we stick it out this time. We are the brightest stars. We shine like diamonds. The light we see, carry on. We shine like diamonds. Never left to stand alone. Hold each other up when the night is long. We are the brightest stars. We're hanging on the edge of losing hope. How could we though? Oh, oh, oh. Keep the fire lit and watch it grow. Watch it grow. Oh, it's been a hard day, been a fight, but we'll see what we are made of when we stick it out this time. It's been a hard day, been a fight, but we'll see what we are made of when we stick it out this time. We are the brightest stars. We shine like diamonds. The light we see will carry on. We shine like diamonds. Never left to stand alone. Hold each other up when the night is long. We are the brightest stars. The stories we'll tell. Look at us now. We're shining, shining. The battles we won, battles lost. We're shining, shining. Oh, 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 oh. We shine like diamonds. Oh, oh, oh. We shine like diamonds. Never left to stand alone. Hold each other up when the night is long. We are the brightest stars. Well, the stories we'll tell. Look at us now. We're shining, shining.
I remember days going hungry on the pavement, knowing us to blame, now I didn't think I'd make it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Nowhere left to go, had a heavy, dirty soul, yeah. Taking on my woes, go and turn them into gold, yeah, 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 yeah. Take the pain, take the chains and the suffering through the rain, while the wind keeps coming. I'm making peace from the violence, I'll turn my tears into diamonds. I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive. I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Broken, cut me wide open. Never gonna stop till they give me my roses. Faith turned frozen, child of the hopeless. Cutting my teeth on the edge of the moment. Take the pain, take the chains and the suffering through the rain, while the wind keeps coming. I'm making peace from the violence, turning my tears into diamonds. I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive. I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive. Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. 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 I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive. I'm gonna fight to keep my head high, chasing the light, the darkness hides. Out of the flames I rise, 'cause only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Only the strong survive. doubts and fears and all the things that I can't see. In a world where all the parts feel incomplete, you're the one and only ever constant thing. You make my heart feel alive. You help open up my eyes of all that I've seen come and go. You're like nothing I've known. Hold on to me, I hold on to you. You'll always be one thing I can't lose. Of anything I am and all I'll ever do, you'll always be one thing I can't lose. I don't know how the days they go, blink of an eye. But I know the wars I'm in, not losing fight. You break all the walls I built. You're a different kind of real. Of all that I've seen come and go, you know me like nobody knows. Hold on to me, I hold on to you. You'll always be one thing I can't lose. Of anything I am and all I'll ever do, you'll always be one thing I can't lose. Hold on to me, I'll hold on to you. You'll always be one thing I can't lose.
And welcome back to Texas Public Policy Foundation's election night coverage. I'm your host, Brian Phillips. I'm the Chief Communications Officer at the Texas Public Policy Foundation 3 times. So we're at TPPF, and as promised, I'm here with our Gen Z panel. Look at these wonderful, beautiful young people. Although Grayson assures me that he does in fact have gray hair, or at least
That
one
was
or
in
two.
confidence.
One or two. All right. Well, let's get to introductions real quick. Farthest from me is Ariana Guajardo. She's one of our filmmakers here at TPPF. We have Grayson Gee, who's one of our policy analysts. And current and does most of our Fast Fact videos. He's a star of our video series. Ariana is also the host of one of our podcasts, Sweet Tea. So they've got their own social media, so I'm sure she'll tell us all about that.
Definitely follow us.
And definitely follow
Sweet Tea Series.
on the various social media apps. And we have Caroline Weldon to my left. She is a campaign director for our healthcare campaign and our families campaign, and is the current award holder for the nicest person at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. So
I think they call it the Happy Warrior Award,
the Happy
right?
Warrior, that's right, the Happy Warrior
Both
Award.
work.
Say that 10 times fast. Happy Warrior Award. Anyway, guys, thanks for being on. Thanks for staying up late. You guys are young, so you've got full energy, and you guys can.
Let's go.
These old guys got to get in and get out of here. But all right, so let me just let's kick it first to you, Caroline, just to get your thoughts on the election and kind of how things are going, and what were your expectations maybe for what you were expecting tonight, and how is that matched up?
Yeah, thank you so much, Brian. Thanks for having us on the show. Yeah. I think this is an election that's largely determined by swing states, so that's what I'm watching. Mm-hmm. I am glad that the states that we expected to see go red did. Obviously, Texas went as expected. A lot of the other swing states for me rely on whether election integrity efforts have gone as expected, I guess. Pennsylvania is still really close, right. And a lot of election lawsuits were brought forth after the last election. So for me, that's a question of were the election integrity. I mean, TPPF has even done some of this, right, of like trying to make sure that the laws are followed, which is what I hope would happen. But I guess we may find part of the answer that
maybe part of those efforts are why Trump is doing well in those states to start with. So,
for sure, yeah.
Maybe just answer your own question. All right, Grayson, what about you in terms of what your expectations were tonight? I mean, you're a policy analyst. Do you think that the campaigns have been focused on policy, or is it just more character assassinations, and would you like to see more of that?
More times than not, this election has been centered primarily around personalities. This is a battle between personalities. One personality which is a little more, it's a known entity. Donald Trump is a known entity. No one on the face of the planet they've never heard of Donald Trump, right? That's not a thing. But with Kamala Harris, on the other hand, I was seeing on Twitter earlier that the Google search trends were showing that people were searching, is Joe Biden still the candidate? So the information level of the median voter in this country is extremely low. And I think a lot of people, believe it or not, were shocked to find that Biden wasn't even on the ticket anymore. And so it's like, are you kidding me? But no,
there was one meme that was like, last minute voters doing their deep dive research, and the question was, who are the candidates?
Right.
And it was like shooting, like in the last 2 days, like it had shot up to see who that research. Yeah. Ariana, how about you? What are you watching for tonight? And how's it going so far for you?
So obviously we're in Texas. Texas is going to go how we all expect it. But the state that I'm looking out for, which is what both teams seem to be looking out for, is Pennsylvania. Part of that this session is because during this election season is because my little sister now goes to school in Pennsylvania, and so she actually registered instead of doing a Texas absentee ballot, since her vote actually holds a lot of weight in that state.
Yeah, sure.
And what I'm watching out for is like the fact that this election, like as we were updating it right before we came on, it's just like tens of thousands away. Like that's such few voters, and considering things like the Amish vote, the people who were like these the moderates who might be coming over with people like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. endorsing Trump, and then finally the Jewish vote that's still within that state and potentially feels disenfranchised by the Democrat voters. All of that seems to me like could be something that really changes the election in Pennsylvania, but we're at that point right now where we're trying to figure out where that's going.
Grayson, you joke that people are using Google to find out who the candidates are right now, but a good question is how are you guys learning about the candidates? I mean, is it all online? Is it specific apps or whatever? Like, how are you getting your information? And of course the question is, what kind of information are you getting? Are you satisfied with it? So start with how are you getting your information about the candidates?
I think ever since Elon Musk purchased Twitter, that has become the primary news platform, not only for young people, but just simply around the world. I think the App Store on the iPhone had it above Fox News, Wall Street Journal. Every app, it is performing as the top news source. And I think specifically for younger generations, like Gen Z, for example, we've come to realize that the so-called mainstream media, if you will, are unable to produce factual information 9 times out of 10. And so this election is for the first time in a long time that media coverage of the election has not been dominated by the major cable news networks. And so you've got all these different podcast hosts who are hosting their own show, kind of like we're doing right now, talking about the election and disseminating information in a sort of distilled, decentralized way, which I think is a net positive because it provides less of an opportunity for momentum to shift based off of a few news sources saying one thing or the other. So,
Caroline, are you looking for, quote unquote, unbiased information? I mean, are you looking, or do you just accept the premise that like everybody's got their agenda, whether it's conservative leaning or left leaning? There's not really any, it used to be the AP, the Associated Press, and now they're one of the worst. They're one of the most woke. They say things like pregnant people instead of pregnant woman and those kinds of things. So is your generation just sort of accepting the fact that like everybody's going to have a bias, or are you still considering that like you're still looking for like unbiased media and unbiased information to learn about what's going on in the world?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And this to me is an important point. I really don't believe in unbiased media, not because I think all media is corrupt, but because I think that doesn't understand the nature of news and reporting. I mean, in the Founding Fathers era, the newspapers were founded by the different parties to crap on each other with like these horrifying, polemics against each other. And that was just understood to be the nature of politics, is that everyone makes their argument to the best of their ability, and it's up to the informed citizen to follow the arguments and read a bunch of different ones.
So basically, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Sure, and the only problem with having partisan news sources is when access to the actual arguments of one party or another is cut down, like Grayson was saying, with the mainstream media. So that, to me, I mean, if I can add on to what he's saying, like being able to access long form, the true thoughts of these candidates on podcasts where you get to hear unfiltered what they're actually saying, is super important, because you can actually evaluate their arguments on your own and make that decision as a voter instead of having to rely on this spin. I mean, it's so obvious watching the mainstream debates that the fact checks aren't factual and it's largely spin.
All right, that's a good point. You're a content creator. I mean, you have a podcast here at TPPF, and you've interviewed a bunch of people, and then we do the marketing side of things and get it out there. To Caroline's point, it seems like sometimes the debate really isn't about are you right or left or center, or are you unbiased. It's are they blocking. Like the debate is about access, right? Like the thing that Elon complains the most about and says, what he tried to do with Twitter is not that we're trying to like force everybody into the middle and have one, factual, and that's but that all the points of view are represented and everybody can access those points of view, to Caroline's point, to be able to evaluate for themselves. And so do you see that as the real debate, which is just access to information versus like getting, unbiased information?
Right. I think it could be a novel idea to try to have an unbiased news source. But in all honesty, like when you're looking at people like Elon Musk and what he's done with Twitter/X now, he was talking about it just on Joe Rogan's podcast he was on, I think it was yesterday. And one of the points that he was making was the fact that the adding community notes and something like that to Twitter allows for accountability. So it allows someone to be able to speak their opinion, give the proofs that they have, and other people to be able to respond to that. So the biggest thing, and it seems what's to be more successful, is when there's transparency and conversations. Especially now, like Caroline was mentioning, how prevalent it is for us to not only get our news on X, but also have access to these podcasts, these long-form videos that even presidential candidates are doing, the vice president's doing, and other commentators even on the left are participating in. That allows people to actually speak outside of sound bites, craft their own narratives, and you have the transparency to pick and choose between those versus having to rely and hope that someone is unbiased.
Right.
Even if they start out that way, they might not end that way.
The only thing that corrects bad arguments is good arguments, like saying, oh, this is disinformation, and suppressing those stories not only reduces trust, but it also means that those arguments will never be worked out in the public square. Right. If you can't subject your own beliefs and arguments to rigorous debate, you're just going to be confirmed in your bad arguments just as much as your opponents are going to become extremists and confirmed in their own arguments.
And by leveling the playing field like Musk has with X, he's provided the opportunity for rational debate to occur, which then allows for reason and truth to prevail.
One of the things we talked about on the last panel was, why even do the debates? I mean, I can definitely see in 4 years nobody is gonna is going to do the ABC debate where they have the 90-second answers and the 20-second rebuttals, and then you have the just disaster of the biased moderators. You know, nobody would subject themselves to that when they can go on Joe Rogan. And I don't know if you saw, but the number of viewers for Joe Rogan and Trump doubled those of the people who watched the debates.
I would push back slightly because I agree with your premise, though.
We like arguing. Let's go.
I think the debate serves a different purpose than the podcast. The podcast provides an opportunity for normal people to listen to a politician and determine whether he's a normal person or not. The debate, on the other hand, is a test of mental acuity. It's a test of sharpness and reason. Ideally, that's the intention. I know.
I'm sorry. Did you watch the debates for the last 4 years?
Well, a lot of these obviously have not been over the past few cycles. But the objective in a real world, in an ideal world, would be that the debate and the podcast could exist equally, and each serves their own purpose.
And if I may, real quick, I think that the vice presidential debate was a better example of what that would really look like whenever it's done well.
And everybody thought it was boring. Everybody said, "Oh, they're not fighting."
Well, us policy wonks enjoyed it.
I know,
guess.
maybe we enjoyed it more. But I think it does give people a chance to actually see the candidates being put to fire against one another. And then I think it also gives you a better idea whenever you're going to be saying that this is the person who's going to be a world leader. They're going to have to be speaking to other people who are in leadership positions who are disagreeing with them. And I don't think that exists outside of a debate stage. Because that's the only way where they're forced, or I guess forced is a strong word, but they're put into a position where they are expected to be put on the hot seat. And if they're only taking friendly interviews, you wouldn't see that side of them.
All right, let me start with you. I want to get back to the campaign itself. Instead of, the mediums are very important. I think it's very interesting how you guys are getting your information versus, guys like us that still read the newspaper. Although that's kind of dying too. But in terms of the messages coming out of the campaigns, do you think that you are a target? Do you think that they're speaking to you and asking you for their vote? And if they are, what messages are resonating with you in particular? And I'll ask each of you the same thing.
Well, if you mean by me personally, I think that I'm going to be someone who's...
maybe your generation, maybe you specifically.
Right. Well, I think it's be easier to answer that question in terms of my generation.
Okay.
So there's going to be a lot of people who in Gen Z were actually, both men and women were being targeted by both parties. Well, men and women of Gen Z were being targeted in this election. Women were being targeted more by the Harris campaign. They were really trying to pursue that vote. Trump's campaign decided that they likely weren't going to, it seems at least, that they thought that they weren't going to be able to have success with that and decided to put all of their effort into mobilizing younger men. So I do think that there were targeted efforts, especially with Trump going on to podcasts, like what is his name, Theo Vaughn, and a few others like that, and like really participating in that kind of culture is the first attempt that we've seen in a presidential campaign where Gen Z was specifically being targeted. And then Kamala, on her point, going on like the Call Me Daddy podcast and other stuff like that. It's just
some
funny.
of those were just disasters.
Yeah.
You're right. But in either way, you're seeing both people doing things, going to where the Gen Z voters are and targeting them. So yes, it is very important to them to get those votes.
Caroline, message-wise, did you feel like Trump was talking to you, or do you feel like Kamala was talking to you about the issues you cared about?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's interesting to contrast the vision for the future that both candidates portrayed. As a young person with kind of restlessness, big ideas, ambition, I felt that in Trump. He talks about wanting a future for America, allying himself with the innovators, the leaders, the people who value liberty. And Kamala is all about fear and control, which is no way to build a good life going forward, apart from the fact that she doesn't represent a real woman, and she, to me, just seems to really hate men and hate like any display of like strength or courage or anything, which is un-American.
Toxic masculinity.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, that's not what women should be about.
But to speak to the things she is trying to do, like if she was saying like this is my positive messaging, she said like the words that she's using are freedom and joy, and I'm trying to target women's rights and your right to choose, even though that's something that's not up to the government, which is something that Trump has repeatedly saying belongs to state. But I think that if she was saying, like, I think she probably does think of herself as a positive person, but
yeah, that Grayson, that first month after she was anointed, I won't say nominated. After she was anointed, man, they tried to make her cool.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like all the videos, the brat, everything, you know, all the TikTok videos and everything. So for a little bit, was Kamala cool?
In my book, no. I don't think she was ever cool. I think.
Well, okay, then is Trump cool?
In his own special way, I think he is. I honestly,
Man, we're in the bubble,
we might be, but I think ultimately the first assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, regardless of the fact that it was politically motivated, it definitely, I mean, it heated the whole situation up. But what Trump did, just plainly, was show raw courage in the moment when he was shot. And it's not a partisan thing, it's just a true fact that he was objectively courageous, which I think is something that appeals to both men and women in this electorate. Is something that Kamala has failed to show time and time again.
Courage is cool.
Yeah.
Courage is cool.
I mean, I can back that up. Like from a non-political perspective, I have a dear friend who, pretty liberal, has voted for Democrats previously, who came and told me after the event in Pennsylvania Grayson's referring to, and she said, you know, that was so cool. I saw that he was a real man, and that's the people who need to be leading America. I might vote for this guy now. Completely what you would call a low information voter. But that does actually kind of speak, you know, there's a genuine core, and I think in Kamala you just don't see that. Her policies and her vibes or her keywords are all tailored around what she thinks will make her win and not what she thinks is right.
Here's some shameless self-promotion. On my podcast, which is called The Right Idea, that you can get on our YouTube page, you know, we talked about how picking J.D. Vance, Ari, was the first sign from the Trump side that they were thinking about their legacy, that they were thinking about what comes next. Who does he pass the torch on to? And maybe that's JD, maybe it's not, but at least it's a signal that they're thinking about the next, you know, the generation. Did you get that message from that? Is JD young enough?
That is 100% what I was telling people whenever we were talking about that. Like the exact points, and specifically the legacy building part of it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people thought that Trump could have gone with another candidate with the idea of winning a certain state or like winning a portion of the people who were voting in the primaries against him to try to build that coalition. But instead, it seemed like Trump was really focused on the ideas of this new big umbrella kind of Republican Party. And I think he sees J.D. Vance as a way to carry that forward. So I 100% agree with that analysis. We don't know yet if that was the wisest thing to do, but I don't think so far we've seen any Republican voters who back away, who were planning on voting Trump, not vote for Trump now because of J.D. Vance. So it seems to be like a decent choice.
We'll start with Grayson. Do y'all identify J.D. as somebody that is going to be, because like, you know, my generation, you know, the next group of folks was probably around 2010. It was the Tea Party. You guys are probably in high school or even before then. When the Tea Party stuff started, but this was like Mike Lee and Ted Cruz and Rand Paul and Marco Rubio and now Chip Roy is even kind of the next level of that. These are the people that I'm going to watch become old senators and run for president and things like that. And I'm very excited about that. I feel like I was very lucky to have that kind of leadership in my cohort. Do you see JD as part of that? And is there anybody else that you see as like up and coming young governors or young state representatives or young congressmen and women who are part of your group that you're like, hey, yeah, these are the guys and girls, guys and gals that are going to be leading, you know, whatever, you know, where I'm in my 40s and raising children and all that.
Yeah, I think the future of the conservative movement is bright. I think with J.D. Vance at the helm, ultimately, in the long term, he provides a reasoned articulation of why Trump was so appealing to begin with. And because he doesn't have any of the ginned up baggage, if you will, of Trump in the mind of the populace, he's a more effective communicator in certain ways. So with him as the head of this so-called new conservative movement, I think he and a wide swath of other folks, like there's a gentleman named Brendan Gill, who I believe won a race up in North Texas today, who's a young, like 27-year-old conservative guy going to the Congress now. The future's bright, and I think that even in it's federal level and state level, you've got folks in Texas who are running that are our age, 20, 23, 24,
like Caroline
25.
Fairley, for example.
Caroline Fairley, plenty of folks who will direct the future of the country in a positive way.
So Caroline, you don't get the same vibes from Tim Walz that you do from he's not cool.
No, I think something that young people really feel is kind of this aversion to what you might call woke ideas. I think that's a lot of what gave JD his rise. That's what you see give Vivek Ramaswamy, for instance, who's also a millennial, kind of his rise. Elon is motivating around that. And I think that may be why some of this, you see these new players who aren't like traditional. They didn't come out of the Tea Party. They didn't come out of your more FedSoc, libertarian circles, because there's new weird problems. And that's something that young people, I think, feel a lot, because we're in colleges, we're in these spaces where we see this. And that seems to be something that's interested that, people want to talk about.
All right, so let's get down to brass tacks. Who's going to win tonight? Let's go. All right, tell us who you think is going to win and why.
I think Trump's going to win, and that's because I'm really staking everything on my Pennsylvania theory that it comes down to the Amish.
Pennsylvania theory.
Yes,
okay.
Which means it comes down to the Amish vote, the crunchy vote, and the Jewish vote.
The crunchy vote.
Yes, the crunchy vote.
Okay, Amish, I know who those are.
So the crunchy vote is usually referring to like the healthy people. These people in the past have really been aligned with the left. Those are people who are going to be more skeptical of big pharma, but then they also believe in like healthy lifestyle living. They want cleaner food. That goes along with the Keep America Healthy Again initiative,
right, sure.
And that's something that RFK Jr. is bringing over to the Trump party, and that's also represents a little bit of the independent voter Tulsi Gabbard type that's in the middle.
Do y'all resonate? I mean, it's been interesting to see how quickly I think young people have, or how RFK has resonated with young people and conservatives. Do y'all get the same feeling from RFK?
I'm just saying, Rod Dreher wrote Crunchy Cons back in like 2008 or something, so he was ahead of his time with that.
All right, Grayson, who's going to win and why?
I might eat my words, but I think Trump's going to win. Just as we were sitting here...
So are you cautiously optimistic?
I'm cautiously optimistic. Just as we were sitting here, Decision Desk called Georgia for Trump.
Breaking news. They called Georgia for Trump?
Called Georgia for Trump.
This is
wow.
Who is it that called that
Decision Desk.
Okay.
HQ.
Wow, okay, that's huge.
And given the abysmal returns in Pennsylvania and in Virginia even, I think Virginia's in play. I think New Mexico might be in play. But it's all unknown at this point. But I do think, regardless of the margin, I think Trump ekes out a victory here.
So it all comes down to turnout, right?
Right. Right, yeah.
And they didn't, and their team didn't.
And we appear to have turned out. So,
Caroline, who's going to win and why?
I'm tentatively optimistic for Trump, and it's because I think I see his core turning out, and I think he has hope in the swing states. I'm still holding out for Michigan.
Does anybody think that this would be the first time that a Republican would win the popular vote in 20-some years?
Yeah, the New York Times has him projected to win the popular vote by 0.2.
Wow. And that's been going up. They had Kamler for the popular vote by like 0.07 at the beginning of the night.
Wow.
So I think turnout is kind of showing.
Do y'all bet? I mean, is that a thing with the Gen Z? Do y'all do the betting and all
really
that?
thought about it.
Yeah.
I really thought about it. Did you say it was sus?
Do you do the betting? No.
I don't participate in most of the betting. If I started, I wouldn't stop.
You did? Okay.
Oh, Caroline did.
Very good. Well, guys, this has been a lot of fun. Thank y'all for staying up late, and we're still not done. We still got to figure out what the returns are going to be. So, Caroline, Grayson, Ari, thank y'all so much for being here. And thank you for watching and for listening. We will hopefully return with some more segments. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
I woke up underground, not a light, not a sound. Threw my voice into the dark, but the dark had no remark, just repeated what I said. Claustrophobic at first, struck by hunger and thirst. I stood up and looked around, there was nothing to be found, just a world I couldn't see. And I heard I can see you now. I'll find my way underground. Then my fear began to ease. From far away whispered a breeze, telling me to move along, there's nothing wrong. So I cornered my resolve, took a breath and took a step, encountered metal on my left. What a strange thing to find, metal in this blaze of mine, running lengthwise down the hall. And I heard then a light broke through the black. I was standing on a track. That little light began to grow. There was nowhere I could go, and the ground began to shake. No time left to hit the brake. That little light was closing in. Suddenly I'm underground.
Hello and welcome back to TPPF Special Election Night coverage. I'm your host, Brian Phillips. I'm the Chief Communications Officer at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. Thank y'all for sticking with us. This is going to be our fifth and final panel, but it's going to be exciting and it's going to be interesting because we are super thrilled to have our pollster, Alex Muir from WPA is here. He's here with us. He's got his super secret dashboard that he's been looking at all night and telling us what's going to happen. And so let's just cut to the chase here, Alex. I mean, you told me, whispered in my ear a couple minutes ago that you are ready to call it for Trump. Tell us why you think Trump's going to win.
Well, we're pretty much done tonight because the only Democrat road to a victory here is through Pennsylvania, and they've run out of runway here.
Uh-oh. All right, breaking news. The Republican has won Ohio Senate.
Yep, Bernie is going to be our new senator.
Moreno, which
Ohio.
you probably knew an hour ago. So
yeah, that's as expected.
It
is an R+10 state. He had really good odds.
All right, well, let's jump back in. Why do you think? Okay, so the only road for the Democrats, and we'll break this out and we'll jump into the analysis here. But the only road left for Democrats to possibly win is to take Pennsylvania, and that's not going to happen because why?
They can't replace Pennsylvania's 19 electoral college votes. There just aren't going to be enough votes out there.
Arizona or Nevada.
It doesn't add up to enough.
Right. Okay.
There's no way to do this for them without Pennsylvania. In order to win Pennsylvania, they actually needed to perform better in sort of the exurbs around Pittsburgh and outside of Philadelphia. So that means counties like Washington and Greene, and Lancaster. They're losing Lancaster by 16. They're losing Washington by almost 30. I mean, and those are 90% in, 80% in.
Wow. So they just don't have the votes. Yeah.
There aren't enough blue votes left in Pennsylvania to make up the 160,000 behind they are. And there's a couple more rural counties still to count for Trump. So
Pennsylvania is going for Trump. Why do you?
Pennsylvania is going to be red.
So then, why aren't the Fox Newses of the world going ahead and calling it, or at least calling Pennsylvania, maybe not the race, but calling Pennsylvania for Trump right now? Are they not listening to what you're seeing?
There's still 30% of the votes out, so they're being cautious. It is going to be close. I mean, Pennsylvania is not going to be a runaway victory. Mm-hmm. We're looking at a situation here where there's going to be, 500,000 votes maybe in 5 of the swing states is the difference between the candidates. So that's slightly more than we might have expected.
And is it surprising to you that Pennsylvania is getting through their votes so soon? Because a lot of people were telling us, look, these guys don't start counting the votes until the polls close. There's a lot of write-in, mail-in ballots that have to be hand-counted and have to be counted by a human being. So
the way Pennsylvania law works, they're not allowed to count ballots until polls close. Mm-hmm. And traditionally, over the last number of cycles, that's meant that they've been struggling to keep up with the volume because they didn't used to get that many early votes. Now they get millions.
Yeah.
It looks like the steps they took over the course of this year to bulk up that counting operation have been successful, and they've been able to process the votes they needed.
Look at what election integrity does. Election integrity reforms.
Look what thinking through the process from start to finish does.
Logic.
It's still, they make this a lot harder for themselves by doing it that way.
Yeah.
Florida, for example, is overwhelmingly early vote these days. But Florida counts starting from submission. They don't tell anyone that they've got the number, but they start the process. As a result, Florida reports in like 2 hours.
So what about Michigan and Wisconsin? What are you seeing there?
So Michigan is an unlikely for Trump. That's probably going to stay Democrat by less than they'd probably like, but we're behind about 5 points right now. There's still quite a lot of suburban Detroit to count. There's still the Upper Peninsula to go, but there's just not that many Republicans up there. There's not that many people up there. So I'll be surprised if Michigan flips at this point. It's not impossible. We're ahead in Wisconsin. Wisconsin is always tight. The last presidential election was, 26,000 vote difference.
But is your calculus putting Wisconsin into the red column, or does it even matter at this point since he has Pennsylvania?
It doesn't matter at this point. It does look like Trump's ahead, but he's only ahead by a couple of points. And given how much of the sort of swingy-ish counties in Wisconsin are still to count, that could come out either way.
So let's round out the swing states, Arizona and Nevada. What are you seeing there?
Republicans should win both. Right now we're minimally ahead in Arizona. Arizona is one we might well not know tonight, just because Maricopa County is basically Phoenix. Phoenix is a huge percentage of the state. Maricopa, as a result of their rules for counting ballots, tends to be really slow. If it's close, we're still going to be waiting until tomorrow at least to find out where that ends up.
Okay.
Right now we're ahead, but a lot of the rural Republican parts of the county have finished counting. Maricopa's counting better than usual, so that maybe we're done tonight.
Right. In Nevada?
Yeah, in Arizona. Nevada is basically...
in Nevada. What do you see in Nevada?
Nevada is basically Clark County, which is Las Vegas, versus the rest of the state.
Yeah.
Right? The Republican Party will win Trump will win overwhelmingly in the rural counties.
Yeah.
Trump will win Washoe and Reno. Then it's just a question of, is Clark County close? If it's close, Trump wins.
Yeah.
If it's not close, then we don't. But it honestly doesn't matter at this point. Trump's going to win anyway.
So even though we may not get a result tonight, or at least a call tonight, it looks like from the analysis that you've been doing over, we've been looking at the last month, and then of course tonight, just doesn't look like a pathway there for Harris.
In order for Harris to win, she needed to hold the blue wall states of Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota and take Pennsylvania. If she loses one of the blue walls, she needs to replace it somewhere else. Well, she didn't keep Pennsylvania, and there isn't anything else on the board worth 19 electoral college votes. Even if she'd managed to flip North Carolina, she'd still need another small state.
Yeah.
And she'd need to take a red one. What's left?
Yeah.
The only red states that are still in play are Nevada and Arizona, which are bluntly surplus to requirements if we take Pennsylvania. So.
I want to deep dive into why you think what happened, but I have to ask about Iowa because for the last 48 hours, the big story was the Ann Seltzer poll that showed Harris up 3. Everybody, Ann is a respected pollster, so everybody was kind of scratching their heads, what's going on here? And then Trump has a resounding 14-point victory?
We're
12 or
We're still
14?
counting, but we're up 12 points right now.
Well, any thoughts on that?
So, 2 things. First, Ann is a really good pollster. She misses occasionally. We all do. But she was brave enough to release that 3 days from election, so she clearly thought it was going to hold.
Yeah. The sample issue or something, or just?
My bet, and obviously I haven't got the back end of her work, but my guess here is that she didn't have the right education break when she was looking at women. So college educated can be, I have 3 years of agricultural college, or it can be I have a PhD in physics. Right. So if she got too many postgrads, that's going to move the sample a long way towards Team Blue. So depending on how that control worked for her, she may have just not
We
got
saw
the right
that in the
breakdown.
Marist poll last week, where it had Harris up like 5 or 4 nationally, but then you dug down deep and they literally admitted we couldn't find enough people who had, who weren't college educated, so we just.
Well, that's a whole other problem because a lot of pollsters, especially public pollsters, don't do an education control. So they take what they get and then they weight to what the population should look like. But if all of your respondents have a college education and are kind of lefty, no amount of weighting can save you from the raw material you're working with. Anne doesn't do that, but if she didn't get the right break she needed among her college educated respondents, that could torpedo a poll pretty quickly, especially when what she's looking at was directionally correct. Like one of the things we saw in the last weeks of the campaign was a movement from college-educated women against Trump. So those numbers started to shift from sort of a 15-point advantage for Harris to an 18 or 19-point advantage for Harris. Anne took that further, and I can see several ways how that could have happened that were just sort of things that can happen to you when you're polling, and there but for the grace of God go all of us. But
so let's bust a few more narratives. One, it all comes down to turnout. Is that right? You roll your eyes.
No kidding.
Also,
you don't tell me who votes actually matters.
Also, signs determine elections.
Don't get me started on that.
No, just kidding. So, but it all comes down to turnout. So, is the data showing that people who you thought, was there an overvote of people who you thought, were supportive of Trump versus an undervote of Harris's turnout?
One of the things we got out of this process was a real change in the early vote electorate. We got into a position where, traditionally Republicans don't vote early, and then we come in.
This was a real
and we come
theme for the first month.
And we come in like a hurricane on election day.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of our people did show up early this time, but equally importantly, we saw huge increases in the number of people who don't traditionally vote, especially non-voting men, showing up for early and absentee ballots.
Oh, wow. So it wasn't just people who don't vote early. It was people who didn't
vote at all.
Okay, yeah.
So we got 15,000 people in North Carolina, more than last time, who were 0 to 4 voters and Republican.
Wow. Okay.
We got 47,000 of them in Arizona. So if we take Arizona, we're going to owe a lot of that to the 0 to 4s we turned down. We got in North Carolina, for example, 25,000, but in Pennsylvania, almost 89,000 people who only voted once in the last 4 elections showed up for early and absentee Republican. And that's just the R's. Then there's the Republican-leaning independents or people who hadn't bothered to register to party. So,
and in the swing states, that's a huge impact.
We're up, 100 and 200,000 in Pennsylvania right now. So, adding 100,000 of those folks early, it's half the margin. So we made a big difference with turning out these low propensity voters. Part of the problem for the Harris approach of that massive gender gap with women is she was changing the ballots a little bit for people who were already voting. If Trump was able to introduce new people to the electorate entirely, then that really changes the math very quickly.
So another narrative is, towards the end of the campaign, there was the controversy over the comedian who insulted Puerto Ricans, and that was going to have some major impact on, Hispanics or Latinos who voted, who were going to vote for Trump and then switch their vote, or did you see any impact of that in?
Short version, no. It was a pretty dumbass thing to say at a political rally 2 weeks from an election, but
then of course Biden comes out and gives them the gift.
Gives them the gift of the garbage statement, like, just what are you thinking? But anyway, there's a couple of counties in Florida that have very large Puerto Rican populations, and so one of the things I was watching early in the night, because Florida reports quickly, so you got a chance to see it, is did we make up ground there? And we did. We made up a lot of ground. We actually won one of those counties. Trump actually won one of those counties by 3,000 votes. That's a county we lost by double digits in 2020.
Oh, wow.
So, you're looking at a situation here where in a place with one of the largest Puerto Rican concentrations in America,
no impact of the Hinchcliffe joke.
And yeah, he lost the other one, but he lost it by 12, not 20.
Right.
So, that was a pretty good early indication that wasn't going to be a big thing.
So then the big question is, I mean, in terms of analysis, I know it's really early right now, but like, have you not figured out, but like, put your finger on what you think, made the biggest difference between 2020 and 2024?
So I'm going to break that into two parts. One about voting patterns and one about what people were voting for.
Okay.
Starting with what people are voting for, if you look at the fundamentals of attitudes underlying a vote, so leaving aside the candidates, leaving aside the horse race, that sort of thing, what are people's top issues? They're concerned about the economy, national security,
border,
financial comfort, immigration. Their attitudes towards, are they confident the nation's on the right track? Overwhelmingly no. Are they happy with the government? No. Right? And it's not just Republicans saying no and Democrats saying yes. Moderates, independents, nonpartisan folks, also majorities dissatisfied with direction of the country, majorities dissatisfied with the government. That's death for an incumbent, right? Like you're pushing.
So this is a change election.
This is a change election.
And her attempt to make her the change candidate doesn't appear to have worked.
Really tough to do when you're also the sitting government. But
I mean, but that was kind of, the analysis was like, she's really trying to do this. I mean, she's the sitting vice president, and she's trying to be the change candidate here.
Without actually pushing her boss under the bus.
Right.
Which might have given her a chance to do that, but she wasn't able to make that. Also, bluntly, it's really hard to build a national brand in, a couple months?
Yeah, right.
That's running against a man with universal name ID
right.
and rock hard brand.
So I'm going to ask about that, of course, about the big switch, which was, going from Biden to Kamala. I've seen other private polling that we talked about it a little bit earlier on the podcast. 11%, 10% of voters said that they switched their vote within the last 6 months. Does that number sound high? Does that surprise you that 1 out of 10 voters in the last 6 months of the campaign, particularly when you have someone like Trump who has universal name ID, someone like Kamala Harris who has been the vice president for the last 4 years and has been a politician prior to that people so close to the election would actually switch. It's one thing to go from undecided to making a choice, but to actually switch from one to the other, does that surprise you?
Not really, because you're in a situation where if you go back 6 months to the Biden-Trump competition, most Americans were dissatisfied with their choice between the candidates, right? Like there's a core base of about a third of Americans who are going to vote for Trump. They love Trump. There were a bunch of Republicans who were going to vote for him because he was our nominee. But there was a lot of I really wish we had another choice. And then the Democrats, there was some enthusiasm when they got another choice, any other choice.
Then a month later, it's like, can we get another choice?
Pretty much. And a bunch of Republican-leaning folks who were concerned about Trump, the movement was both ways, right? There were some conservative-leaning independents who kind of went, is she different than Biden? No, okay, I'm going back over there.
Yeah.
So we saw movement both directions.
Right.
But all of the fundamentals for this election were good for Republicans. We've actually underperformed a bit. Some of our candidate selection has let us down on the Senate races, and we could have won a couple more seats probably than we're going to. And some of the House seats are a struggle, but some of that we're not really going to know until much later tonight or tomorrow.
One of those races that they haven't called yet is right here in our hometown, is Ted Cruz. They haven't called it yet. What are you looking at there?
Ted will be fine. Senator Cruz is going to underperform President Trump, but President Trump is going to win Texas by double digits.
I think they've called it for Texas already, and it was 8.
Yeah,
but do you think by the time we all wake up
now.
tomorrow, it's over 10 now?
But
okay.
Senator Cruz is going to wind up winning by 5, 6, maybe even 7, which for him is a landslide.
Yeah.
Last time it was under 3, so this is progress.
And that was after,
there was some effort involved in that one, but there was a point in this race where it was closer. But Senator Cruz was able to put Allred on the defensive on some of the the culture
right,
war
well-
stuff where put him on the wrong side of most Texans, and that brought some people back home.
Well, awesome. Well, Alex, thanks for being here and sharing your insight and going ahead and calling it for Trump now. The good news for you is that we're not posting any of these videos anywhere. So if in fact something happens overnight and, and you're wrong,
I've already called it in a bunch of pollster group chats. So if I get this wrong, I'm already going to get crucified.
you're going to get toasted by
That ship has
tomorrow.
already sailed.
Alex Muir, WPA Intelligence. Thank you so much for being here, coming all the way down from DC and being here for our event tonight. But thank you for all the intel and the insight that you guys provide to us and to, of course, all of your
My
fantastic
pleasure. It's going to be an exciting few years.
Yeah, all right. And thank you. This has been a lot of fun. This is probably our last, I guess, panel for the evening. So we appreciate those of you that have followed along, those of you that have listened or watched our discussions tonight. So we appreciate it. So I'm sure it's going to still be a late night for some of us. But thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. And we'll see you next time.